I do not know how many times, in the face of a child's inexplicable naughtiness, parents and mentors would have occasion to recall this typical connection. The child who is behaving so wildly makes a confession, intending to provoke punishment. In being punished, the child is seeking both the appeasement of its sense of guilt and the satisfaction of its masochistic sexual aspirations. We owe the further clarification of this case to a memory, which came to the patient with great certainty, that the symptoms of anxiety had only joined the other signs of character change once a certain incident had occurred. Before then there had been no anxiety. Immediately after this occurrence he found himself tormented by anxiety. We can state with certainty that the point at which this transformation took place was just before his 4th birthday. Thanks to this clue, the period of childhood with which we are particularly concerned can be divided into 2 phases, a first phase of difficult behavior and perversity which lasted from his seduction at the age of 3-14 until his 4th birthday, and a longer, subsequent phase dominated by the signs of neurosis. The incident that permits us to draw the dividing line was no external trauma, however, but a dream, from which he awoke beset with anxiety. For the dream and the primal scene. I have already published this dream elsewhere, one because of the fairy tale elements it contains, and so I shall begin by reproducing what I wrote at that time. I dreamed that it is night and I am lying in my bed. The foot of my bed was under the window, and outside the window there was a row of old walnut trees. I know that it was winter in my dream, and night time. Suddenly the window opens of its own accord, and terrified, I see that there are a number of white wolves sitting in the big walnut tree outside the window. There were 6 or 7 of them. The wolves were white all over and looked more like foxes or sheepdogs because they had big tails like foxes and their ears were pricked up like dogs watching something. Obviously fearful that the wolves were going to gobble me up, I screamed and woke up. My nurse hurried to my bedside to see what had happened. It was some time before I could be convinced that it had only been a dream, because the image of the window opening and the wolves sitting in the tree was so clear and lifelike. Eventually I calmed down, feeling as if I had been liberated from danger, and went back to sleep. The only action in the dream was the opening of the window, for the wolves were sitting quite still in the branches of the tree, to the right and left of the tree trunk, not moving at all, and looking right at me. It looked as if they had turned their full attention on me. I think that was my first anxiety dream. I was 3 or 4 at the time, certainly no more than 5. From then on until I was 10 or 11 I was always afraid of seeing something terrible in my dreams. He then drew a picture of the tree with the wolves sitting in it, too, which confirms the description he gave. Fig 1. Analysis of the dream brought the following material to light. Fig 1. He always related this dream to the memory that in those childhood years he would express a quite monstrous anxiety at the picture of a wolf that was to be found in his book of fairy tales. His elder sister, highly superior, would tease him by showing him this very picture on some pretext or other, at which he would begin to scream in horror. In this picture the wolf was standing on his back paws, about to take a step forward, paws outstretched and ears pricked. He thought this picture was there as an illustration to the fairy tale Little Red Riding Hood. Why are the wolves white? That makes him think of the sheep which were kept in large flocks quite near the estate. His father sometimes took him to visit the flocks of sheep and he was always very proud and happy when this happened. Later on, inquiries suggest that it could easily have been shortly before this dream took place, an epidemic broke out among the sheep. His father sent for one of Pasteur's disciples, who inoculated the sheep, but after the inoculation they died in even greater numbers than before. How did the wolves get up in the tree? A story occurs to him that he had heard his grandfather tell. He cannot remember whether it was before or after the dream, but the content of the story strongly supports the first possibility. The story goes as follows: a tailor is sitting in his room working when the window opens and in leaps a wolf. The tailor hits out at him with his measuring stick. No, he corrects himself, he grabs him by the tail and pulls it off, so that the wolf runs away, terrified. Some time later the tailor goes into the woods and suddenly sees a pack of wolves coming towards him, and so he escapes from them by climbing up a tree. At first the wolves do not know what to do, but the maimed one, who is also there and wants his revenge on the tailor, suggests that one should climb on another's back until the last one can reach the tailor. He himself, a powerful old wolf, will form the base of this pyramid. The wolves do as he says, but the tailor recognizes the wolf who visited him, the one he punished, and he calls out suddenly, as he did before, "Grab the gray fellow by the tail." The wolf who has lost his tail remembers what happened, and runs away, terrified, while the others all tumble down in a heap. In this story we find the tree that the wolves are sitting on in the dream. There is also an unambiguous link with the castration complex, however. It is the old wolf who loses his tail to the tailor. The fox tails which the wolves have in the dream are no doubt compensation for the absence of a tail. Why are there 6 or 7 wolves? It seemed that we could not answer this question, until I expressed some doubt as to whether his anxiety image could in fact have referred to the tale of Little Red Riding Hood. That fairy tale gives rise to only 2 illustrations, the meeting of Little Red Riding Hood and the wolf in the forest, and the scene where the wolf is lying in bed wearing grandmother's nightcap. Another fairy tale must therefore be concealed behind his memory of that picture. He soon found that it could only be the story of the wolf and the 7 little kids. Here we find the number 7, and also the number 6, for the wolf gobbles up only 6 of the little kids while the 7th hides in the clock case. We also find white in this story, for the wolf has the baker whiten his paws after the little kids recognize him on his first visit by his gray paw. The 2 fairy tales have a great deal in common, incidentally. In both we find people being eaten up, the stomach being cut open, the people who have been eaten taken out again, heavy stones being put back in their place, and finally the big bad wolf being killed in both cases. In the story of the little kids we find the tree as well. After he has eaten his fill the wolf lies down under a tree and snores. I shall have a particular reason to concern myself with this dream in another context, where I shall evaluate it and consider its possible meaning in greater depth. It is a first anxiety dream, remembered from childhood, the content of which gives rise to a very particular sort of interest in the context of other dreams which followed soon after, and certain incidents in the dreamer's childhood. Here we shall confine ourselves to the dream's relationship to 2 fairy tales which have a great deal in common, Little Red Riding Hood and the Wolf and the 7 Little Kids. The impression left on the child dreamer by these fairy tales found expression in a veritable phobia about animals, distinguished from other similar cases only by the fact that the animal that gave rise to the anxiety was not a readily accessible object, such as a horse or a dog, but one familiar only from stories and picture books. I shall look at the explanation for these animal phobias and the significance that we should attribute to them on another occasion. Here, I shall anticipate myself only by remarking that this explanation is entirely in keeping with the main characteristic which the dreamer's neurosis reveals in later life. Fear of the father was the most powerful motive for his illness, and an ambivalent attitude towards any father substitute dominated his life, just as it dominated his behavior in the consulting room. If, in my patient's case, the wolf was merely the first father substitute, the question arises as to whether the secret content of the tale of the wolf who gobbled up the little kids or the tale of Red Riding Hood is anything other than infantile fear of the father. Point 2. My patient's father, incidentally, had a characteristic tendency to affectionate scolding, of the kind used by many people in dealing with their children, and the teasing threat "I'll gobble you up" may have been uttered more than once when the father, later so strict, used to cuddle and play with his little son. One of my patients told me that her 2 children were never able to feel really fond of their grandfather because he used to frighten them, in the course of his affectionate games, by telling them he would cut open their tummies. Leaving aside everything in this essay that anticipates how we might apply the dream, let us return to the immediate issue of how we should interpret it. I should point out that to arrive at an interpretation was an exercise that took several years. The patient told me about the dream very early on, and quickly embraced my conviction that it concealed the cause of his infantile neurosis. In the course of the treatment we often came back to the dream but only arrived at a complete understanding of it during the last months of the therapy, thanks to spontaneous work on the part of my patient. He had always emphasized that 2 moments in the dream had made the most powerful impression on him: first, the utter calm of the wolves, their motionless stance, and, second, the tense attentiveness with which they all stared at him. The sense of reality as the dream came to an end, which persisted after he had woken up, also seemed noteworthy to him. Let us take up this last point. Experience of the interpretation of dreams tells us that there is a particular meaning to the sense of reality. It assures us that something in the latent material of the dream lays claim to reality in the dreamer's memory, and thus that the dream refers to an incident that actually took place and has not merely been fantasized. I am referring, of course, only to the reality of something unknown, the conviction, for example, that his grandfather really told him the story of the tailor and the wolf, or that the tale of Little Red Riding Hood or the 7 little kids had really been read to him could never be replaced by that sense of reality which outlasts the dream. The dream appeared to point to an incident the reality of which is emphasized by its very contrast with the unreality of the fairy tales. If we were to assume the existence of an unknown scene of this kind, concealed behind the content of the dream, i.e. a scene which had already been forgotten at the time of the dream, it must have occurred at a very early age. The dreamer tells us after all that when I had the dream I was 3 or 4, certainly no more than 5. We might add, and the dream reminded me of something that must have taken place even earlier. Those aspects of the manifest dream content singled out by the dreamer, the moments of attentive watching and motionlessness, had to lead us to the content of that scene. We naturally expect this material to be distorted in some way, perhaps even to be distorted into its opposite, as it reproduces the unknown material of the scene. It was possible to draw a number of conclusions from the raw material provided by the first analysis, conclusions that could be fitted into the context we were seeking. Concealed behind the mention of sheep breeding we could find evidence for his exploration of sexuality, interests that could be satisfied in the course of the visits he made together with his father, but there must also have been hints of a fear of death, since for the most part the sheep died in the epidemic. What stands out most in the dream, that is, the wolves in the tree, led directly to the grandfather's story, the most gripping aspect of which could hardly have been anything other than its connection with the topic of castration, the stimulus for the dream. The first, incomplete analysis of the dream had further led us to infer that the wolf was a father substitute, so that this first anxiety dream had brought to light the fear of his father, which was to dominate his life from then on. It is true that even this conclusion was not yet a definite one. However, if we assemble the elements that can be deduced from the material provided by the dreamer, the results of the preliminary analysis, we find the following fragments, which could be used as the basis of a reconstruction. An actual event, occurring at a very early age, watching, motionlessness, sexual problems, castration, the father, something terrible. One day our patient took up the interpretation of the dream once again. He thought that the part of the dream in which suddenly the window opens of its own accord is not entirely explained by its relation to the window at which the tailor is sitting and through which the wolf comes into the room. He thought it must mean, my eyes are suddenly opened. I am asleep then, and suddenly wake up, and then I see something, the tree with the wolves. There was nothing to object to here, but we could take it further. He had woken up, and had seen something. The attentive gaze, which in the dream he attributes to the wolves, is actually to be ascribed to him. At a decisive point a reversal verkaren had taken place, indicated, incidentally, by another reversal in the manifest content of the dream. For it is a reversal for the wolves to be sitting in the tree, whereas in the grandfather's story they are down below and are unable to climb up into the tree. Now, what if the other moment emphasized by the dreamer had also been distorted by reversal or inversion umkaren? Instead of absence of motion, the wolves sit there motionless, gazing at him but not moving, we should have violent movement. He woke up suddenly, then, and saw a scene of violent excitement which he watched with tense attentiveness. In the one case distortion consists in the exchange of subject and object, active and passive modes, being watched instead of watching, in the other case it consists in transformation into the opposite, calm instead of excitement. Further progress in understanding the dream was made on another occasion by the abruptly surfacing notion that the tree was the Christmas tree. And now he knew that he had dreamed the dream shortly before Christmas, in anticipation of Christmas itself. Since Christmas Day was also his birthday, it was now possible to establish a definite time for the dream and the transformation which it brought in its wake. It was shortly before his 4th birthday. He had fallen asleep in excited anticipation of the day that was to bring him 2 lots of presents. We know that, in circumstances like these, the child readily anticipates the satisfaction of his wishes in dreams. And so in the dream it was already Christmas, and the content of the dream showed him his presents, the gifts that were intended for him hanging on the tree. But instead of presents they had turned into wolves, and the dream ended with his fear that the wolf, probably his father, would gobble him up, so that he sought refuge with his nurse. Our knowledge of his sexual development before the dream took place makes it possible for us to fill in the gap in the dream and explain the way in which satisfaction was transformed into fear. Among the wishes that informed his dreams, the strongest one that stirred must have been for the sexual satisfaction he longed to receive from his father. The strength of that wish succeeded in refreshing the long-forgotten memory trace Erinnerungsspur of a scene that could show him what sexual satisfaction from his father looked like, and the result was fright, horror at the satisfaction of his wish, repression of the impulse represented by the wish, and therefore flight from the father towards the less dangerous figure of the nurse. The significance of this Christmas date had been preserved in the alleged memory that his first tantrum had occurred because he had not been satisfied by his Christmas presents. This memory draws together true and false elements. It could not hold true without some modification, since his parents had frequently repeated their assurance that his difficult behavior had already been apparent after their return in the autumn, and not just at Christmas, but the crucial aspect, the relationship between tantrums, Christmas, and a lack of sexual satisfaction, had been established in this memory. What was the image, however, conjured up by those sexual yearnings at work in the night, an image capable of scaring him away so powerfully from the fulfillment he desired? According to the material provided by the analysis, there was one condition it had to fulfill: it had to be of a kind which would convince him of the existence of castration. Castration anxiety then became the driving force behind the transformation of his feelings. We are now approaching the point at which I must abandon my attempt to draw on the actual course of the analysis. I fear that it will also be the point at which the reader will abandon his faith in what I have to say. What was activated that night out of the chaos of unconscious traces left by a memory imprint Eindruck was the image of coitus between the boy's parents in conditions which were not entirely usual and which lent themselves to observation. It gradually became possible to find satisfactory answers to all the questions that might be prompted by this scene, given that that first dream was reproduced endlessly in countless variations during the therapy, and on each occasion the analysis provided the wished-for explanations. In this way we were first able to establish the child's age when he observed his parents, some 18 months. 3 At the time he was suffering from malaria, and the attacks recurred at a certain time each day. 4 From the age of 9 onwards he was periodically subject to depressive moods, which would set in during the afternoon, reaching their lowest point at around 5 o'clock. This symptom was still present during the analytic treatment. The recurrent depression replaced the previous attacks of fever or lassitude. 5 o'clock was either the time when the fever reached its height or the time when he observed the coitus. Supposing that the two did not coincide. 5 He was probably in his parents' bedroom precisely because he was ill. This episode of illness, which is also directly corroborated by tradition, suggests that the incident took place in the summer, so that we can assume an age of n+112 for the boy born on Christmas Day. He had thus been asleep in his cot in his parents' room and woke up, possibly as a result of mounting fever, in the afternoon, perhaps at 5 o'clock, the hour that was later to be marked by depression. It would be in accordance with our assumption that it was a hot summer's day if his parents had retired for an afternoon siesta, only half dressed. 6 On waking, he witnessed coitus a tergo from behind, repeated 3 times. 7 He could see his mother's genitals as well as his father's penis and understood what was happening as well as what it meant. 8 Eventually he disturbed his parents' intercourse in a way that will be discussed later. Fundamentally, there is nothing out of the ordinary, nothing that gives the impression that we are dealing here with the product of wild imaginings, in the fact of a young married couple, married only a few years, allowing a siesta on a hot summer's day to evolve into tender relations, ignoring as they did so the presence of the 18-month-old boy asleep in his cot. I would say rather that it is entirely banal, an everyday occurrence, and even the coital position that we must infer does not alter this judgment in any way. Particularly since there is nothing in the evidence to suggest that coitus took place each time from behind. A single occasion would have sufficed, after all, to allow the spectator the opportunity to make observations that would have been rendered more difficult, impossible even, if the lovers had assumed a different position. The content of the scene itself is thus no argument against its credibility. The suspicion of improbability will be raised on 3 other counts: that at the tender age of 18 months a child should be capable of perceiving such a complicated event and retaining it so accurately in the unconscious; second, that it is possible at the age of 4 to process the memory imprints received in this way, belatedly advancing to an understanding of what was seen, and, finally, that the child should succeed by whatever method in making conscious the details of such a scene, witnessed and understood in such circumstances, in a way that is both coherent and convincing. 9. Later I shall subject these and other misgivings to careful scrutiny. Let me assure the reader that I am no less critical than he in my acceptance of the child's observation, and would ask him to join me in resolving to believe provisionally in the reality of this scene. Let us first continue to study the way in which this primal scene is related to the patient's dream, his symptoms, and his life history. We shall then consider separately the effects proceeding from the essential content of the scene and from one of the visual imprints contained in it. By this last I mean the positions he saw his parents assume, the man upright and the woman bent over, rather like an animal. We have already heard how his sister used to scare him during his period of great anxiety by showing him the picture in his fairy tale book in which the wolf is depicted standing on his hind legs with one foot forward, paws outstretched and ears pricked. While in therapy with me he never tired of searching in antiquarian bookshops until he found his childhood picture book and recognized in one of the illustrations to the tale of the 7 little kids the image that had so terrified him. He thought that the position assumed by the wolf in this picture might have reminded him of the position taken by his father in the primal scene we had reconstructed. At any rate, this picture was the starting point for a further backwash of fear. On one occasion, at the age of 6 or 7, when he learned that he was to have a new teacher the next day, he dreamed the following night that this teacher was a lion and was approaching his bed, roaring loudly, in the stance taken by the wolf in the picture, and once again awoke in terror. By then he had already overcome the wolf phobia and so was free to choose another animal as the object of his anxiety. In this later dream he recognized that the teacher was a father substitute. Each of his teachers played this same paternal role in the later years of his childhood and was vested with the influence wielded by his father for good and ill. Fate gave him strange cause to renew his wolf phobia during his grammar school years, and to make the relationship underlying it a channel for serious inhibitions. The name of the teacher responsible for Latin instruction in his class was Wolf. He was intimidated by this man right from the start and was once resoundingly told off by him for making a stupid mistake in a Latin translation, after which he could not shake off the paralyzing anxiety this teacher induced in him, soon transferred onto other teachers as well. The occasion on which he came to grief in his translation is not without significance, however. He had to translate the Latin word filius and did so using the French word fils instead of the corresponding word in his own tongue. The wolf was indeed still the father. 10. The first of the transitory symptoms 11 that the patient produced during treatment in fact went back to the wolf phobia and the tale of the 7 little kids. In the room where the first sessions took place there was a large grandfather clock opposite the patient, who lay on a divan with his head turned away from me. I was struck by the fact that, from time to time, he would turn his face towards me, look at me in a very friendly way, as if to placate me, and then turn his gaze away from me towards the clock. At the time I thought this was an indication that he was longing for the end of the session. A long time afterwards the patient reminded me of this dumb show and gave me the explanation, reminding me that the youngest of the 7 little kids found a hiding place in the case of the wall clock while his 6 brothers were gobbled up by the wolf. And so what he wanted to say was, "Be kind to me. Must I be afraid of you? Are you going to gobble me up? Should I hide from you in the clock case, like the youngest of the 7 little kids?" The wolf whom he feared was undoubtedly the father, but his fear of the wolf was conditional upon its being in an upright position. His memory told him quite definitely that pictures of the wolf where he was on all fours or, as in the story of Little Red Riding Hood, lying in bed, did not frighten him. No less significant was the position that, according to our reconstruction of the primal scene, he had seen assumed by the female. This significance was restricted, however, to the sexual sphere. Once he had reached maturity, the most striking phenomenon in his erotic life were attacks of compulsive physical infatuation that occurred and disappeared again in mysterious succession, releasing enormous energy in him even at times where he was otherwise inhibited, and which were quite beyond his control. An especially valuable connection obliges me to delay a full evaluation of these compulsive love episodes a little longer, but I can state here that they were linked to a particular condition, hidden from his conscious mind, which we were first able to recognize during the therapy. The woman must have taken up the position attributed to his mother in the primal scene. From puberty onwards he felt a woman's greatest charm to be the possession of large, conspicuous buttocks. Coitus in any position other than from behind gave him scarcely any pleasure at all. There is every justification, it is true, for the critical objection that a sexual preference of this kind for the rear parts of the body is a general characteristic of individuals inclined to obsessive-compulsive neurosis, and that we are not justified in deriving this from any particular memory imprint from childhood. It is part of the structure of a disposition to anal eroticism and of the archaic features which distinguish such a constitution. Copulation from behind, morpherum in the manner of beasts, is after all certainly to be regarded as the phylogenetically older form. We shall return to this point, too, in later discussion, once we have noted down the material relating to his unconscious condition for sexual relations. Let us now return to our discussion of the connections between the dream and the primal scene. According to our previous expectations, the dream should present the child, who is looking forward to having his wishes fulfilled on Christmas Day, with the image of sexual satisfaction received from his father, as seen in the primal scene, providing a model for the satisfaction which he himself longs to receive from his father. Instead of this image, however, there appears material from the story which his grandfather had told him a short time before: the tree, the wolves, the loss of the tail in the form of overcompensation, in the bushy tails of the creatures that are apparently wolves. A connection is missing, an associative bridge that would lead us from the content of the primal story to that of the wolf story. This connection is again provided by the position, and by the position alone. The tailless wolf in the grandfather's story tells the others to climb on top of him. The memory of the image of the primal scene was awakened by means of this detail. In this way material from the primal scene could be represented by material from the wolf story, and at the same time the number 2, denoting his parents, could be replaced in the desired manner by the larger number of wolves. The content of the dream underwent a further transformation as the material from the wolf story adapted itself to the content of the tale of the 7 little kids, borrowing from here the number 7.12. The transformation of the material, primal scene, wolf story, tale of the 7 little kids, mirrors thought progression as the dream takes shape: longing for sexual satisfaction received from the father, understanding of the condition of castration attached to it, fear of the father. Only now, I think, have we arrived at a full explanation of the 4-year-old boy's anxiety dream. Point 13. As to the pathogenic effect of the primal scene and the alteration in sexual development that its resurrection produced, after all we have already touched on, I shall be brief in my remarks. We shall only follow up the particular effect to which the dream gives expression. At a later stage, we must make it clear to ourselves that the primal scene does not give rise to a single sexual current, but to a whole series of them, a positive splintering of the libido. We must keep in view, moreover, the fact that the activation of this scene, I am deliberately avoiding the word memory here, has the same effect as if it were a recent experience. The effectiveness of the scene has been postponed nachträglich, and loses none of its freshness in the interval that has elapsed between the ages of 18 months and 4 years. In what follows we may perhaps find grounds for supposing that it had certain effects even at the time when it was witnessed, from the age of 18 months on. When the patient submerged himself in the situation of the primal scene, he brought the following perceptions to light from his own experience. He had previously assumed that the process he had observed was an act of violence, but this did not accord with the expression of pleasure he saw on his mother's face. He had to acknowledge that what was at issue here was satisfaction. 14 The essentially new fact that observation of his parents' intercourse brought him was the conviction that castration was a reality, a possibility which had already preoccupied his thoughts before then. The sight of the two girls urinating, Nanja's threat, the governess's interpretation of the sticks of barley sugar, the memory of his father cutting a snake into pieces. For now he could see with his own eyes the wound that Nanja had spoken of and understood that its presence was a condition of intercourse with his father. He could no longer confuse it, as he had done when watching the little girls, with the girls' bottoms. 15. The dream ended in fear, which was only allayed once he had his Nanja with him. He thus sought refuge from his father with her. His fear was a rejection of his wish for sexual satisfaction from his father, the aspiration that had implanted the dream. The expression of that fear, being gobbled up by the wolf, was simply the reversal, a regressive one, as we shall hear, of the wish for coitus with the father, that is, for satisfaction such as his mother had experienced. His latest sexual objective, the passive attitude towards his father, had succumbed to repression. Fear of his father, in the form of the wolf phobia, had taken its place. And the force which drove this repression? All the facts of the case suggest that it could only be narcissistic genital libido, which, in the form of concern for his male member, resisted a satisfaction that appeared to be conditional upon the sacrifice of that member. He drew from his threatened narcissism the masculinity to defend himself against the passive attitude towards his father. At this point in our account we recognize the need to modify our terminology. During his dream he had reached a new phase of sexual organization. Up until then the sexual opposites for him had been active and passive. Since the seduction, his sexual objective had been a passive one, that of having his genitals touched, which regression to the previous stage of anal sadistic organization then transformed into the masochistic objective of being disciplined, punished. It was a matter of indifference to him whether he achieved this objective with a man or a woman. He had moved on from Nanja to his father regardless of the difference in sex, asking Nanja to touch his penis, hoping to provoke his father into beating him. In this way the genital aspect was disregarded. In his fantasy of being struck on the penis this connection, which had been concealed by regression, was able to find expression. But now the activation of the primal scene in his dream led him back to the genital mode of organization. He discovered the vagina and the biological meaning of male and female. He now understood that active equaled male, passive female. His passive sexual objective would have had to be transformed into a female one, expressed as being taken in intercourse by the father instead of having his father strike him on the penis or the bottom. This feminine objective now fell forfeit to repression, and had to be replaced by fear of the wolf. Here, we must break off discussion of his sexual development until new light can be shed back onto this earlier stage from later stages of his history. In evaluating the wolf phobia we might add that his mother and father were both turned into wolves. His mother played the castrated wolf, which let the others climb onto its back, his father the wolf who did so. We have heard him say, however, that his fear related to the wolf only when it was in a standing position, that is, to the father. We are also struck by the fact that the fear in which the dream ends is foreshadowed in the grandfather's story. In that story, the castrated wolf who let the others climb onto its back is overcome by anxiety as soon as he is reminded of the absence of his tail. It would seem, then, that during the dreaming process he identified with his castrated mother and is now struggling to resist this outcome. Translated, I hope accurately, it is as if he is saying, if you want to be satisfied by your father you must accept castration as your mother has done, but I do not want that. A distinct protest in favor of masculinity. Let us be clear, incidentally, that the great disadvantage of the sexual development in this particular case is that it is not an undisrupted one. It was first crucially influenced by the seduction and is now sent off course by the observation of coitus, the postponed effect of which is like a second seduction. V. Some matters for discussion. The polar bear and the whale cannot wage war, so they say, because each is confined within his own element and is unable to make contact with the other. It is equally impossible for me to hold a discussion with workers in the field of psychology or neurosis who do not recognize the premises of psychoanalysis and regard its conclusions as mere artifacts. In the last few years, however, a further form of opposition has arisen, voiced by others who, in their own opinion at least, are practitioners of analysis, have no quarrel with its techniques and results, and simply consider themselves justified in drawing different conclusions from the same material and subjecting it to other interpretations. Theoretical contradictions are for the most part fruitless, however. As soon as we begin to move away from the material that should be our source, we run the risk of becoming intoxicated by our own assertions, and we end up putting forward views that a moment's observation would have contradicted. It seems very much more to the purpose, then, to combat divergent views by testing them against individual cases and problems. I have argued above that it would no doubt be considered improbable that at the tender age of 18 months a child should be capable of perceiving such a complicated event and retaining it so accurately in the unconscious. Second, that it is possible at the age of 4 to process the memory imprints received in this way, belatedly advancing to an understanding of what was seen, and finally, that the child should succeed by whatever method in making conscious the details of such a scene, witnessed and understood in such circumstances, in a way that is both coherent and convincing. This last question is purely a matter of fact. Anyone who takes the trouble to go to these kinds of depths in analysis, according to the techniques I have mapped out, will be readily convinced that it is indeed possible. Those who do not do so, breaking off the analysis at some more superficial level, have renounced the right to pass judgment in this matter. But this does not settle the question of how we are to interpret what we encounter in depth analysis. The two other reservations are based on a disparaging attitude towards impressions formed in early infancy, and a reluctance to ascribe such lasting effects to them. They prefer to seek the cause of neuroses almost exclusively in the serious conflicts of later life, and assume that the significance of childhood is simply a sham created in analysis by the neurotic's tendency to express present interests by means of involuntary memories and symbols drawn from his infant past. If we were to evaluate the significant moments of infancy in this way, we would lose a great deal that goes to form the most intrinsic characteristics of analysis, as well as much, admittedly, that creates resistance to it and discourages outsiders from placing their trust in it. Let us hold up for discussion, then, the view that scenes from early infancy such as are provided by the exhaustive analysis of neurotic individuals, of which the present case is an example, do not reproduce real events to which we may attribute some influence on the structuring of later life and on symptom formation, but are on the contrary fantasy formations, drawing their inspiration from riper years, intended as a symbolic representation, so to speak, of real wishes and interests, and owing their emergence to a regressive tendency, a turning away from the tasks of the present moment. If this is indeed the case, we need not bring such disconcerting expectations to bear on the inner life and the intellectual achievements of children still far from the age of discretion. Quite apart from the wish to rationalize and simplify the difficult task, common to us all, there are various matters of fact that tend to support this view. At the very outset, moreover, one can clear up a particular misgiving that the practicing analyst above all might harbor. It is true that if the interpretation of these scenes from infancy that we have put forward is the correct one, then nothing changes in the first instance in the way the analysis is carried out. If a neurotic individual does indeed have the unfortunate characteristic of turning his interest away from the present day in order to attach it to regressive fantasy substitute formations of this kind, then there is nothing for it but to follow him along these paths and help him to bring these unconscious productions to consciousness, for, leaving aside their lack of real value, they are extremely valuable to us as carriers and possessors in the present moment of the interest that we want to set free so that we can direct it towards the tasks of the present day. The analysis would have to follow exactly the same course as it would if, naively credulous, we took such fantasies for truth. The difference would be seen only at the end of the analysis, once these fantasies had been uncovered. One would then have to say to the patient, "Good, the course taken by your neurosis has been as if, in your childhood years, you received memory imprints such as these and continued to weave stories around them. You realize, of course, that that is not possible. They were products of imaginative activity intended to divert you from the real-life tasks which confronted you. Now let us attempt to discover what these tasks were, and what connecting pathways existed between them and your fantasies. It would be possible to implement a second phase of treatment, more closely concerned with real life, once these infantile fantasies had been dealt with. To shorten this route, that is, to alter psychoanalytic therapy as it has been practiced up to now, would be technically inadmissible. If we do not make the full extent of these fantasies conscious to the patient, we cannot make available to him the interest that attaches to them. If we divert his attention from them as soon as we sense their existence and their general outlines, we are merely giving support to the work of repression that has rendered them inviolable, immune to the patient's best efforts. If we devalue them at too early a stage, perhaps by disclosing that we shall be dealing only with fantasies and that these are without any real significance, we shall never be able to enlist the patient's cooperation in leading them towards consciousness. Correctly practiced, the analytic technique should remain unaltered, regardless of the value we ascribe to these scenes from infancy. I have already mentioned that in interpreting these scenes as regressive fantasies one can appeal for support to a number of matters of fact. Above all to the fact that in therapy, in my experience to date, these scenes from infancy are not reproduced as memories but are the results of reconstruction. For many people, no doubt, this admission alone will appear to settle the dispute. I do not wish to be misunderstood. Every analyst knows and has experienced on numerous occasions the way in which, when therapy has been successful, the patient will relate any number of spontaneous memories from childhood, and the physician will feel that he is completely innocent of the fact that they have surfaced, perhaps surfaced for the first time, since he has not suggested any content of this kind to the patient through some attempt at reconstruction. These previously unconscious memories do not even have to be true, they may be true, but their truth is often distorted and interspersed with fantasized elements in a very similar way to so-called cover memories that have been spontaneously retained. I will say only that scenes such as we find in my patient's case, from such an early age and with such content, which then lay claim to such extraordinary significance for the history of the case, are not as a rule reproduced as memories but must be guessed at, reconstructed, from the sum total of indications, step by step and with considerable effort. This is sufficient for the purposes of my argument, whether I acknowledge that in cases of obsessive-compulsive neurosis such scenes are not conscious as memories, or whether I limit my remarks simply to the case which we are considering here. Now I am not of the opinion that these scenes must necessarily be fantasies simply because they do not come back as memories. It seems to me that they are completely on a par with memory in that, as in the present case, they find a substitute in dreams, analysis of which regularly leads back to the same scene, reproducing every element of its content in tireless variation. To dream is, after all, to remember, even under the nighttime conditions of dream formation. It is through this recurrence in dreams that I would explain the fact that patients themselves gradually become firmly convinced of the reality of these primal scenes, with a conviction every bit as strong as that based on memory. Point 1. My opponents need not regard opposition to these arguments as a lost cause, and give up the fight. It is well known that dreams can be influenced. Point 2. And the conviction of the analysand can be the outcome of suggestion, for which we are still seeking a role in the play of forces released in analytic treatment. A psychotherapist of the old school would suggest to his patient that he is healthy and has overcome his inhibitions, etc., etc. The psychoanalyst, on the other hand, suggests that as a child he underwent this or that experience, which he must now recall in order to regain his health. Therein lies the difference between the two approaches. Let us be clear that this last attempt at explanation on the part of my opponents amounts to a far more sweeping dismissal of scenes experienced in infancy than was first suggested. They were not to be realities, but fantasies. Now the demand is obviously that they should not be the patient's fantasies, but the analyst's, imposed on the analysand as a result of some personal complex or other. In response to this reproach, the analyst will of course reassure himself by demonstrating how gradually the reconstruction of this fantasy, which he apparently implanted, came about, how, as it was built up, the process continued quite independently, on many counts, of any stimulus offered by the physician, how, from a certain phase of treatment onward, it appeared to be the point on which everything converged, and how, now that a synthesis has been achieved, the most diverse and remarkable results radiate out from it, how the problems and peculiarities of the patient's medical history, from the large to the very small, find their solution in this one single assumption, and he will assert that he does not see himself as possessing the astuteness necessary to concoct an event that could fulfill all these requirements at a single stroke. Even this plea, however, will have no effect on the part of the population that has not itself had the experience of analysis. Sophisticated self-deception, some will say, others, an absence of discernment, and no verdict will be reached. We may now consider another factor that supports a hostile reading of these reconstructed scenes from infancy. It is as follows: all the processes which are brought into play in order to explain away these questionable formations as fantasies exist in reality and are to be acknowledged as significant. The averting of interest from the tasks of real life. 3. The existence of fantasies as substitute formations for actions that have not been performed, the regressive tendency expressed through these creations, regressive in more than one sense, inasmuch as there is a simultaneous shrinking back from life and a falling back on the past. This is all to the point and is regularly confirmed by analysis. We might well suppose that this would also be sufficient to account for what are apparently involuntary memories from early infancy such as we are discussing here, and according to the economic principles of scholarship this explanation is to be preferred over the other one, which cannot manage without bringing in new and unsympathetic assumptions. I shall permit myself at this point to draw the reader's attention to the fact that the dissenting views to be found in current psychoanalytic literature are usually based on the principle of pars pro toto. From a whole which has been carefully pieced together and built up, one removes just one or two of the effective factors, proclaims them to be the truth and denies the importance of the other parts and of the whole in favor of these. If we examine the group for which a preference is expressed, we find that it is the one containing material already familiar from elsewhere or whatever can most readily be connected with it. Thus for Jung we find it is actuality and regression, for Adler egoistic motives. The very things that are new about psychoanalysis and are most characteristic of it are the ones that are neglected, dismissed as a mistake. In this way the revolutionary advances of psychoanalysis, that uncomfortable notion, can most easily be repelled. It is far from futile to emphasize that there was no need for Jung to present a single one of the factors that were invoked by the opposing point of view, to facilitate understanding of those scenes from childhood, as a new discovery. Present conflict, turning away from reality, substitute satisfaction in fantasy, regression to material from the past, all of this has always been an integral part of my own theories, similarly structured although perhaps with minor modifications in terminology. It was not the whole of it, but only the part concerned with causality, which permeates down from reality to the formation of neuroses in a regressive direction. Alongside this I left room for a second, progressive progredient influence, which works forward from childhood impressions, showing the way to the libido that shrinks back from life, and providing an explanation for that regression to childhood that would otherwise be incomprehensible. In my view, therefore, both these factors work together in symptom formation, but an earlier instance of their working together seems to me equally significant. I would maintain that childhood influence already makes itself felt in the initial situation of neurosis formation, since its intervention is crucial in helping to determine whether, and at what point, the individual fails in his attempts to master the problems of real life. What is at issue, then, is the significance of the infantile factor. What is needed is to find a case that can prove its significance beyond all doubt. The case that is the subject of this detailed account is one such, since its distinguishing characteristic is the way in which neurosis in later life has been preceded by neurosis in the early years of childhood. It is for this very reason that I have chosen to write about this case. If anyone were to reject it on the grounds that animal phobia does not seem important enough to be regarded as an independent neurosis, let me point out that the phobia was immediately succeeded by compulsive ritual, and by compulsive actions and thoughts that will form the subject of the next section of this essay. Neurotic illness in the 4th or 5th year of childhood proves most importantly that the experiences of infancy are enough in themselves to produce neurosis, and that it does not require flight from a task with which life confronts the individual. We might object that even the child constantly encounters tasks that he would perhaps like to evade. This is true, but it is easy to gain an overall sense of the life of a child before he starts school, and it is possible to investigate whether it contains a task responsible for causing the neurosis. However, all that we discover are involuntary impulses Triebregungen, which the child finds it impossible to satisfy and which he is not yet able to master, together with the sources from which they flow. As we might expect, the tremendous shortening of the interval between the outbreak of the neurosis and the occurrence of the childhood experiences in question massively reduces the regressive element in the causation of neurosis, and gives us a clearer glimpse of the progressive element, the influence exercised by earlier impressions. The present case history will, I hope, provide a clear image of this relationship. For other reasons, too, childhood neurosis will provide a decisive answer to our question as to the nature of primal scenes and those earliest childhood experiences traced in analysis. If we start from the uncontradicted premise that we were technically correct in formulating a primal scene of this kind, and that a comprehensive solution to all the riddles posed by the complex of symptoms produced by that childhood illness demands that all the effects radiate out from it just as all the threads of analysis lead back to it, then as far as its content is concerned it is impossible that it could be anything but the reproduction of a reality experienced by the child. For the child, just like the adult, can only produce fantasies with material that he has acquired from somewhere, and the ways in which he might acquire it are in part closed to the child, reading, for example, while the period of time available for such acquisition is short and can easily be scrutinized for sources of this kind. In our case, the primal scene contains the image of sexual intercourse between the child's parents in a position that is particularly favorable to observation of a certain kind. Now, it would give us no proof of the reality of the scene if we encountered it in a patient whose symptoms, that is, the effects of such a scene, had emerged sometime in later life. Such a patient could have acquired impressions, ideas, and knowledge at a wide variety of points in that long interval of time, which are then transformed into a fantasy image, projected back into his childhood and attached to his parents. But when the effects of such a scene emerge in the child's 4th or 5th year, he must have been present to witness it at an even earlier age. In that case, however, all the disconcerting conclusions remain in place that were produced by the analysis of infantile neurosis. Unless, of course, someone wished to conclude that the patient had not only unconsciously fantasized that primal scene, but had also dreamed up the change in his character, his fear of the wolf and his religious compulsion, an excuse, however, that is contradicted by his otherwise sober manner and the tradition of straightforwardness in his family. We must stick to our guns, there is nothing else for it. Either the analysis based on his childhood neurosis is a delusion from start to finish, or else the way in which I have portrayed it above is the correct one. We have already acknowledged ambiguity in the fact that the patient's predilection for the female nate's buttocks and for coitus in the position where these are particularly in evidence apparently invites connection with his observation of his parents' intercourse, whereas a preference of this kind is a general characteristic of those archaic constitutions that are disposed to obsessive-compulsive neurosis. There is a possible explanation to hand, namely that we resolve the contradiction as overdetermination. The person whom he observed in this coital position was after all his very own father, from whom he might also have inherited the same constitutional predilection. Neither his father's later illness nor the family history are against it. As I have already mentioned, an uncle on his father's side died in a condition which must be construed as the last stage of a severe compulsive disorder. In this context, let us recall that when seducing the 3-14-year-old boy, his sister uttered a strange calumny against their dear old nurse, saying that she turned everyone upside down and took hold of their genitals. It is an unavoidable notion that at a similarly tender age his sister might have witnessed the same scene as her brother did later, and that this is where she derived the suggestion of people being turned upside down in the sexual act. Such an assumption would also indicate one possible source for her own sexual impetuosity. It was not my original intention to enter into any further discussion here of the real value of primal scenes, but since in the meantime I have been obliged to treat the topic in a broader context and without any polemical intention in my introductory lectures on psychoanalysis, it would be misleading if I failed to apply to the present case points of view that I present there as decisive. In the interests of completeness and to correct any mistakes, let me therefore add the following remarks. There is indeed another possible interpretation of the primal scene that forms the basis for my patient's dream, which diverts us a good way from the verdict that we reached earlier and relieves us of a number of difficulties. Admittedly, the theoretical approach, which seeks to reduce such scenes from infancy to mere regressive symbols, will not gain anything by this modification either. In fact, it seems to me that this, or indeed any other, analysis of childhood neurosis puts an end to the matter once and for all. In my opinion, it is also possible to interpret the facts of the case as follows. We cannot forego our assumption that the child observes coitus and in doing so acquires the conviction that castration might be more than an empty threat, the significance adhering to the positions of man and woman, in the first place for the development of his fears, and subsequently as a condition of intercourse, leaves us no choice, moreover, but to conclude that it must have been coitus a tergo from behind. More ferarum in the manner of the beasts. Another factor is less crucial, however, and could be left aside. The child might have observed coitus between animals, rather than between his parents, and then imputed it to his parents, as if he had decided that his parents would not do it any other way. This interpretation is supported above all by the fact that the wolves in the dream are actually sheepdogs and appear as such in my patient's drawing. Shortly before the dream, the boy had repeatedly been taken to see the herds of sheep, and there he could have seen big white dogs like this and probably watched them copulating. I would also cite in this context the number 3 which the dreamer produced without any obvious motivation for doing so, and would assume that he retained a memory of the sheepdogs doing so on 3 occasions. On the night of his dream we find, in addition to expectant excitement, the transference onto his parents of every detail of the recently acquired memory image, and it is only this that made possible those powerful emotional effects. There then came a belated understanding of those impressions received perhaps a few weeks or months before, a process which every one of us may perhaps have experienced for himself. Now, the transference from the copulating dogs to his parents was not brought about by a final stage in the procedure, which was dependent on words, but by seeking out the memory of a real scene where his parents were enjoying intimacy, which he could fuse with the situation of coitus. All the details of the scene that were claimed in the analysis of the dream might have been reproduced exactly. It really was a summer afternoon, during the time when the child was suffering from malaria. The parents were both present, dressed in white, as the child awoke from sleep, but, the scene was harmless. In his eagerness to learn, the remaining details were supplied later, on the basis of what he had learned from the dogs, by the child's wish to spy on his parents while they were making love, so that now the fantasy scene unfolded with all the effects we have attributed to it, just as if it had been entirely real and had not been glued together from two components, an earlier one without any real significance and a later one which had left a deep impression. It is immediately apparent how much this eases the effort of credulity that we are called upon to make. We need no longer assume that the parents completed their act of coitus in the presence of their child, an idea that many of us find repugnant, even if he was indeed very small at the time. The part played by postponed response is considerably reduced, since it now applies only to a few months in the child's fourth year and does not draw at all on those first dim years of childhood. There is now almost nothing that might take us aback in the child's behavior as he effects a transference from dogs to parents and replaces fear of the father with fear of the wolf. The child is, after all, at that stage of developing his view of the world that is characterized in Totem and Taboo as the return of totemism. The theory that seeks to explain the primal scene of neurosis as a retrospective fantasy that takes place in later life would appear to find considerable support in this observation, despite the fact that this particular neurotic individual is at the tender age of 4. Young as he is, he has succeeded in replacing an impression acquired at the age of 4 with a fantasized trauma occurring at the age of 18 months, a regression, however, that appears neither mysterious nor tendentious. The scene that he needed to produce had to fulfill certain conditions, which could only be found, precisely because of the circumstances of the dreamer's life, in this early time, such as the fact, for example, that his bed was in his parents' room. Most readers will find what I can add here, drawing on the results of analysis in other cases, a decisive factor in making up their mind as to whether the interpretation I suggest is correct. It is not at all rare in the analysis of neurotic mortals to find that in very early childhood they have observed a scene, whether a real memory or a fantasy, in which the parents engage in sexual intercourse. It may perhaps be an equally frequent occurrence in individuals who do not go on to suffer from neurosis. It may perhaps form a regular part of their treasure chest of, conscious or unconscious, memories. Every time I was able to unravel such a scene through analysis, however, it demonstrated the same peculiarity that made us suspicious in the case of this particular patient, namely that it referred to coitus ergo, the only position which makes an inspection of the genitals possible to the observer. We need surely doubt no longer that we are simply dealing with a fantasy that is perhaps regularly inspired by observation of the sexual intercourse of animals. Indeed, there is more. I indicated that my description of the primal scene remained incomplete, since I was leaving it until later to relate the way in which the child disturbed his parents' act of intercourse. I must now add that the way in which this disturbance takes place is also the same in every case. I can imagine that I have now made myself vulnerable to suspicions of a serious kind on the part of the reader of this case history. If I had these arguments in favor of such an interpretation of the primal scene at my disposal, how could I begin to justify having first put forward a different view, one that was apparently so absurd? Or had I perhaps accumulated new evidence in the interval between writing the first draft of this case history and formulating the present additional material that obliged me to modify my original interpretation, and was yet unwilling for some reason to admit to this? Instead, I shall make a different admission. It is my intention to close discussion as to the real value of the primal scene this time with a non-licet deferred judgment. We have not yet reached the end of this case history, and in due course a moment will arise that will undermine the certainty that at present we believe we enjoy. Then there will be nothing for it but to refer the reader to those passages in my lectures where I discuss the problem of primal fantasies, or primal scenes. 6. Obsessive-compulsive neurosis. Now, for the third time, he was influenced in a way that decisively altered his development. At the age of 412, when there was still no improvement in his state of irritability and anxiety, his mother decided to acquaint him with the stories of the Bible in the hope of distracting and uplifting him. She succeeded in doing so, for his introduction to religion put an end to the previous phase, but as a result the symptoms of anxiety were succeeded by symptoms of compulsive behavior. He had previously found it difficult to fall asleep because he was afraid of having bad dreams such as he had had the night before Christmas. Now, before he went to bed, he had to kiss every single holy picture in the room, recite prayers, and make the sign of the cross countless times over himself and the place where he slept. An overall view suggests that his childhood can be divided into the following epochs. First, the period of prehistory lasting up until the seduction, at age 3-14, and including the primal scene. Second, the period of altered character, lasting until the anxiety dream, at age 4. Third, the period of animal phobia lasting until his introduction to religion, at age 4-12, and after this the period of obsessive-compulsive neurosis, lasting until after his 10th year. That there should be a smooth transition at a given moment from one phase to the next is neither in the nature of things, nor in our patient's nature. It was characteristic of him, on the contrary, to hold on to what had gone before and to allow the most diverse currents to coexist. His difficult behavior did not disappear when his anxiety appeared but continued, slowly diminishing, into his pious period. In this last phase, however, there is no further mention of the wolf phobia. The course of his obsessive-compulsive neurosis was discontinuous. The first attack was the longest and the most intense, with others occurring at the age of 8 and 10, the cause each time being visibly connected with the content of the neurosis. His mother told him the sacred story herself and also made Nanja read it aloud to him from an illustrated book. The principal emphasis of their account fell naturally on the passion narrative. Nanja, who was very pious and superstitious, provided her own commentary, but also had to listen to the objections and doubts expressed by the young critic. If the struggles which now began to shake him eventually concluded in the victory of faith, this was not least as a result of Nanja's contribution. What he claimed to remember of his reactions when introduced to religion met at first with definite incredulity on my part. These, I maintained, could not be the thoughts of a child of 4-12 or 5, he was probably attributing to his early past ideas which had grown out of the reflections of an adult of nearly 30.1, but the patient would not hear of any such correction. I was unsuccessful in my attempts to win him over, as I had been able to do on many other occasions when we had differed in our judgments. Eventually, in fact, I was obliged to believe him because of the coherence between his remembered thoughts and the symptoms he reported, as well as the way they fitted into his sexual development. I then told myself, moreover, that only a diminishing minority of adults can rise to a critique of religious doctrines such as this, a critique which I doubted this child to be capable of. I shall now present the material which his memories supplied, and only afterwards shall I seek out the path which will lead us to understand it. The impression that he received from narration of the sacred story, he told me, was not at first a pleasant one. He struggled to come to terms, first, with the suffering nature of the person of Christ, and then with the whole way in which his story fitted together. His dissatisfaction and criticism were directed towards God the Father. If he was omnipotent, it was his fault that people were bad and tormented other people, and then went to hell for it. He should have made them good. He himself was responsible for everything evil and for all torments. He took exception to the commandment to offer the other cheek when someone strikes us, as he did to Christ's wish, when hanging on the cross, that the cup should pass from him, but also to the fact that a miracle did not take place to prove that he was the Son of God. In this way his critical faculties were awakened and he was rigorous and unrelenting in sniffing out the weaknesses in the sacred narrative. Rationalistic criticism was very quickly accompanied by brooding and doubts, which may reveal that secret impulses were also at work. One of the first questions he addressed to Nanja was whether Christ also had a backside. Nanja told him that he was a god, but also a man. As a man he had everything and did everything that other men did. He found this reply most unsatisfactory but comforted himself by saying that someone's bottom was just the continuation of their legs, after all. His fear of having to demean the sacred person of God, barely calmed by this, flared up again when the question surfaced in his mind as to whether Christ also shat. He did not dare put this question to the pious Nanja, but extricated himself in a way which she could not have bettered, by telling himself that since Christ made wine out of nothing, he could also make nothing out of food and was thus able to spare himself the need to defecate. We shall come closer to understanding such brooding thoughts if we make the connection with an aspect of his sexual development that we discussed earlier. We know that since Nanja had rejected him and he had suppressed the beginnings of genital activity as a result, his sexual life had developed in the direction of sadism and masochism. He tormented and mistreated small creatures, and fantasized about beating horses, but on the other hand he also fantasized about the heir to the throne being beaten. Point 2 In sadism he was able to maintain the ancient identification with his father, in masochism he had chosen that same father as his sexual object. He was thus right in the middle of a phase of pregenital organization in which I perceive the disposition to obsessive-compulsive neurosis to lie. The gradual effect of the dream, which brought him under the influence of the primal scene, could have been to enable him to progress to the genital mode of organization, transforming his masochism towards his father into a feminine attitude towards him, into homosexuality. But the dream did not bring progress of this kind with it, it ended in fear. His relationship with his father, which should have led from the sexual objective of being punished by him to the next objective, that of being taken in sexual intercourse by his father, like a woman, was thrown back onto a more primitive level still by the protest of his narcissistic masculinity, and having been displaced onto a father substitute was split off as fear of being gobbled up by the wolf, but was not by any means dealt with. Indeed, we can only do justice to these apparently complicated facts by maintaining our belief in the coexistence of three sexual aspirations, all focused on the father. From the time of the dream onwards he was unconsciously homosexual. During his neurosis he was at the level of cannibalism, the earlier masochistic attitude remained the dominant one. All three aspirations had passive sexual objectives, we find the same object and the same sexual impulse, but a split had occurred which caused them to evolve towards three different levels. His knowledge of sacred history now gave him the opportunity to sublimate the dominant masochistic attitude towards his father. He became Christ, an identification that was facilitated, in particular, by the fact that they shared a birthday. This made him something great and also made him, though insufficient emphasis was put on the fact initially, a man. In his doubt as to whether Christ could have a backside we catch a glimmer of his repressed homosexual attitude, for the significance of this brooding thought can only be the question as to whether he can be used by his father as if he were a woman, as his mother was used in the primal scene. When we come to the solution of other compulsive ideas we shall find confirmation of this interpretation. The repression of his passive homosexuality corresponds to his misgivings that it is insulting to make a connection between the sacred person of Christ and outrageous ideas of this kind. We might note that he made considerable efforts to keep this new sublimation clear of additional material drawn from the sources of repression. But he did not succeed in doing so. We do not yet understand why he now also struggled to come to terms with the passive character of Christ and his ill treatment at his father's hands, and thus also began to deny his previous masochistic ideal, even in its sublimated form. We can assume that this second conflict was particularly favorable to the emergence of humiliating compulsive thoughts from the first conflict, between the dominant masochistic current and the repressed homosexual one, for it is only natural that in inner conflict all counter tendencies are added together, even if they come from the most diverse sources. New material that he related will allow us to discover the motive for his struggle and for his critical attitude towards religion. His sexual exploration had also benefited from what he had been told of sacred history. Up until then, he had had no reason to assume that only women have children. On the contrary, Nanja had led him to believe that he was his father's child and his sister their mother's, and he had particularly valued this close relationship with his father. Now he learned that Mary was called the Mother of God. So it was women who had children, and what Nanja said was no longer tenable. Furthermore, he was confused by the stories and was no longer sure who Christ's father was. He was inclined to think it was Joseph, since he had been told that they had always lived together, but Nanja said that Joseph was only like his father and that his real father was God. He could make nothing of this. All he understood was, that if it was possible to talk about it at all, the relationship between father and son was nothing like as intimate as he had always imagined it to be. The boy sensed something of the ambivalence of feeling towards the father that is enshrined in all religions, and attacked his religion because it weakened that paternal relationship. Of course his opposition soon ceased to be doubt as to the truth of the doctrine and was instead turned directly against the person of God. God had been harsh and cruel in his treatment of his son, yet he behaved no better towards human beings. He had sacrificed his son and demanded the same of Abraham. He began to be afraid of God. If he was Christ, then his father was God. But the God that religion sought to impose on him was no real substitute for the father he had loved and of whom he did not want to be deprived. His love for his father gave him his critical sharpness. He put up a fight against God so that he could hold on to his father, and in doing so was actually defending the old father against the new one. Here he had a difficult stage in the process of detaching himself from his father to complete. Thus it was the old love for his father, revealed in earliest days, on which he drew for the energy to combat God and for the sharpness to criticize religion. On the other hand, this hostility towards the new God was not an original act but was modeled on a hostile impulse towards his father that had come into being under the influence of the anxiety dream, and was fundamentally only the resurgence of the same impulse. The two opposing emotional impulses that were later to rule his whole life met here in a battle of ambivalence over the issue of religion. What this struggle yielded in the form of symptoms, his blasphemous ideas, the compulsion which came over him to think God, crud, God, swine was also for this reason a genuine compromise outcome, as we shall see from the analysis of these ideas in the context of anal eroticism. Some other compulsive symptoms of a less typical kind lead us with equal certainty to the father, but also reveal the connection between the obsessive-compulsive neurosis and the earlier chance occurrences. One element in the ceremonial piety that he eventually used to expiate his blasphemies was the requirement that under certain conditions he should breathe in a ritual manner. When making the sign of the cross he had to breathe in deeply each time or exhale loudly. In his language breath is the same as spirit. This, therefore, was the role of the Holy Spirit. He had either to breathe in the Holy Spirit or else to breathe out the evil spirits which he had heard and read about. 3 He also ascribed to these evil spirits the blasphemous thoughts for which he imposed such great penance on himself. He was obliged to exhale, however, whenever he saw beggars, cripples, or ugly, old and wretched people, and he could not see how to connect this compulsion with the spirits. The only way he could account for it to himself was that he did it so as not to become like them. Then, in connection with a dream, analysis brought the explanation that it was only after the age of 5 that he had begun to breathe out when he saw pitiful individuals, and that this was connected with his father. He had not seen his father for many long months when one day his mother said that she would take the children to the city and show them something that would make them very happy. She then took them to a sanatorium where they saw their father again. He looked ill and his son felt very sorry for him. His father, then, was the archetype of all those cripples, beggars and poor people, the sight of whom obliged him to breathe out, just as the father is normally the archetype of the grimaces seen in anxiety states and of the caricatures drawn to express contempt. We shall discover elsewhere that this pitying attitude goes back to a particular detail of the primal scene, which took effect at this late stage in the obsessive-compulsive neurosis. The resolution not to become like them, which was the motivation for his breathing out in front of cripples, was thus the old identification with the father transformed into a negative. And yet he was also copying his father in a positive sense, for his noisy breathing was an imitation of the sounds he had heard his father make during intercourse. 4 The Holy Spirit owed its origins to the sign of erotic excitement in a man. Repression turned this breathing into an evil spirit, for which there also existed a second genealogy, that of the malaria from which he had been suffering at the time of the primal scene. The rejection of these evil spirits corresponded to an unmistakably ascetic aspect of his character, which was also expressed in other reactions. When he heard that Christ had once driven out evil spirits into pigs, which then plunged into an abyss, he thought of the way his sister, in the earliest years of her childhood, before he could remember, had rolled down from the harbor cliff path onto the beach. She too was one of those evil spirits and pigs. It was only a short step from this to God, swine. Even his father had turned out to be dominated by sensuality in just the same way. When he was told the story of the first man, he was struck by the similarity between Adam's fate and his own. He expressed hypocritical astonishment when talking to Nanja that Adam had allowed himself to be plunged into misery by a woman, and promised Nanja that he would never get married. Around this time, as a result of his sister's seduction, his feelings of enmity towards womankind found powerful expression. They were later to trouble him often enough in his erotic life. His sister became the permanent embodiment, to him, of temptation and sin. When he had been to confession he would feel pure and free from sin. But then it would seem as if his sister was watching for an opportunity to plunge him into sin once more, and before he was aware of it he would have provoked a quarrel with his sister, which made him sinful again. In this way he was obliged to reproduce the fact of seduction over and over again. He never, incidentally, divulged his blasphemous thoughts in the confessional, even though they weighed heavily on him. We have unexpectedly progressed to a discussion of symptoms manifested in the later years of obsessive-compulsive neurosis. Let us therefore skip the very great deal that occurred in the meantime and relate how the condition came to an end. We already know that, as well as being a permanent condition, it was subject to periodic intensification, such as on one occasion, which we are unable as yet to understand, when a boy in the same street died, with whom he was able to identify. When he was 10 he acquired a German tutor who quickly came to have considerable influence over him. It is most instructive to find that the whole heavy weight of piety disappeared, never to return, once he had noticed, and learned from his teacher's didactic conversation, that this father substitute set no store by piety and did not believe in the truth of religion. His piety fell away, along with his dependence on his father, who was now being superseded by a new, more affable father. It must be said that this did not occur without one last flaring up of his obsessive-compulsive neurosis. He had a particularly strong memory of the compulsion to think of the Holy Trinity every time he saw 3 piles of dung lying together on the street. He simply never gave in to one stimulus without making a final attempt to keep hold of what no longer had any value for him. When his teacher talked him out of his cruelty towards small creatures he put a stop to his misdeeds, but not before he had had one last orgy of cutting up caterpillars. He behaved in exactly the same way in analytic treatment by developing a transitory negative reaction. Whenever something important had been resolved he would try to negate the effects for a while, in that there would be a worsening of symptoms that had been resolved. We know that in general children behave in a similar way in the face of prohibitions. When they have been told off, for example for making a disagreeable noise, they will repeat it once more after they have been told not to, before stopping. In doing so they make it look as if they have stopped voluntarily, thus defying the prohibition. Under the German teacher's influence he found a new and better way to sublimate his sadism, which, as befitted his approaching puberty, had then gained the upper hand over his masochism. He developed a passion for military life, for uniforms, weapons, and horses, and used this to feed his constant daydreaming. Under a man's influence he had thus got away from his passive attitudes and was initially on a fairly normal track. One after effect of his attachment to his teacher, who left soon afterwards, was that in later life he preferred the German element, doctors, clinics, women, to the native one, representing the father, which was of great benefit for the therapeutic transference. Another dream belongs in the period before his liberation by the teacher, which I mention here because it had been forgotten up until the moment when it surfaced in therapy. He saw himself riding a horse, pursued by a giant caterpillar. He recognized a reference here to a still earlier dream from the period before the teacher came, which we had interpreted long before. In this earlier dream he saw the devil in black robes, assuming the upright stance which had previously so terrified him in The Wolf and the Lion. With his outstretched finger he was pointing to a giant snail. He had quickly guessed that this devil was the demon who features in a well-known poem, and the dream itself a reworking of a widely disseminated picture showing the demon in a love scene with a young girl. The snail, an exquisite symbol of female sexuality, stood for the woman. Guided by the demon's pointing gesture, we were quickly able to declare the meaning of the dream to be his longing for someone who could give him the final instruction he lacked in the mysteries of sexual intercourse, just as his father had first enlightened him long ago in the primal scene. In amplification of the later dream, where the female symbol was replaced by the male one, he remembered a particular experience that had taken place a little while before. Riding on the estate one day he passed a peasant, asleep with his son lying next to him. The boy woke his father and said something to him, whereupon the father began to shout at the rider and ran after him until he and his horse quickly moved off. This in conjunction with a second memory that on that same estate there were trees that were completely white, completely covered in caterpillar cocoons. We see that he took flight from realization of the fantasy that the son was sleeping with his father, and that he brought in the white trees to create a reference to the anxiety dream, to the white wolves in the walnut tree. It was thus a positive eruption of fear expressed at the feminine attitude towards men, which initially he had defended himself against by means of religious sublimation. Soon after that he was to defend himself against it even more effectively, by means of military sublimation. It would be a major error, however, to assume that, once the compulsive symptoms had been eliminated, no permanent effects of the obsessive-compulsive neurosis remained. The process had led to the victory of pious belief over critical inquiry and rebellion, and was predicated upon repression of the homosexual attitude. Both factors resulted in permanent disadvantages. After this first great defeat his intellectual activity remained seriously impaired. He developed no particular eagerness to learn and demonstrated nothing of the critical acuity with which, at the tender age of 5, he had subverted religious doctrine. The repression of his excessively strong homosexuality, which took place during the anxiety dream, meant that this significant impulse was reserved for the unconscious mind, thus maintaining its original attitude towards its objective and eluding all the sublimations to which it would normally lend itself. For this reason, the patient lacked all the social interests which give content to life. Only as we succeeded through analytic therapy in releasing his homosexuality from its fetters was there a turn for the better in this state of affairs, and it was a remarkable thing to watch the way in which, without any urging on the part of the physician, each liberated element of his homosexual libido was eager to be brought to bear on life and attached to the great common concerns of humanity. 7. Anal eroticism and the castration. Complex. I must ask the reader to remember that this history of an infantile neurosis was recovered as a byproduct, so to speak, of the analysis of a patient who had fallen ill in more mature years. I was thus obliged to piece it together out of even tinier fragments than those that are normally available when any kind of synthesis is attempted. Such work, which is otherwise not difficult, finds its natural limit at the point where it becomes a question of capturing a multidimensional structure in the two-dimensionality of description. I must therefore content myself with offering individual limbs which the reader can join together into a living whole. The obsessive-compulsive neurosis I have described developed, as I have emphasized repeatedly, out of an anal sadistic constitution. Up until now, however, we have only considered one of these two principal factors, sadism and its transformations. Anything concerned with anal eroticism I have deliberately left on one side in order to give a full account of it here. Analysts have long agreed that the many involuntary impulses tribregen that can be summed up as anal eroticism are extraordinarily and inestimably important to the development of the individual's sexual life and to inner activity as a whole. And equally, that one of the most important expressions of eroticism derived from this source and recast in a different mold is to be found in the treatment of money, a valuable substance which, in the course of the individual's life, attracts the psychic interest which properly belongs to that product of the anal zone. Faces. Point 1. We have grown accustomed to tracing interest in money, where its nature is libidinal rather than rational, back to excremental pleasure, and to expect of any normal person that his relationship to money should be kept free of libidinal influences and controlled by realistic considerations. In our patient's case, this relationship was particularly badly disrupted at the time of his later illness, this being not the least important reason for his lack of independence and his inability to cope with life. Having inherited money from both his father and his uncle, he was now very rich, and it was manifestly of great importance to him that people should know that he was a rich man. He could be greatly offended if he was underestimated in this regard. And yet he did not know how much he possessed, what his expenditure was, nor how much was left. It was difficult to know whether to call him a miser or a spendthrift. Sometimes he behaved one way, sometimes another, but never in a way that suggested consistent intentions. Certain striking traits of character, which I shall describe later, might lead one to conclude that he was an unrepentant swank who regarded his wealth as his greatest personal asset and who would never even begin to put feelings on a par with money. But he did not judge other people according to their wealth, and there were many occasions when he actually turned out to be modest, sympathetic, and ready to help. It was simply that money eluded his conscious control and held another meaning for him. I mentioned earlier that I regarded with deep suspicion the way in which he consoled himself for the loss of his sister, who in the later years of her life had become his best friend, with the thought that now he would not need to share their parents' inheritance with her. More striking still, perhaps, was the calm way in which he could tell me this, as if he had no comprehension of the coarseness of feeling to which he was admitting. Analysis rehabilitated him to some extent by demonstrating that his pain at his sister's death had merely been displaced, but now it seemed more incomprehensible than ever that he should have thought he could find a substitute for his sister in his increased wealth. His behavior in another instance seemed to be a mystery even to him. After his father's death, the fortune he had left was divided between himself and his mother. It was administered by his mother, who responded to his requests for money, as he himself acknowledged, with irreproachable generosity. And yet any discussion of money matters between them would end with the most violent reproaches on his part, that she did not love him, that her only thought was to save money by keeping him short, and that she would probably prefer it if he were dead, so that she could have all the money for herself. In tears his mother would then protest her unselfish motives, and he would be ashamed, assuring her quite truthfully that he really did not think of her in that way, and yet sure that the same scene would be repeated on the next occasion. That faces signified money to him long before he entered analysis can be seen from many chance occurrences, two of which I shall relate here. At a time when his bowels were still unconnected with his illness, he once visited a poor cousin living in a large town. As he left he reproached himself for not giving his cousin financial support, whereupon he immediately had perhaps the strongest urge to defecate he had ever felt in his life. 2 years later he did indeed offer to pay his cousin an allowance. And the other instance, at the age of 18, while preparing for his final examinations at school, he visited a fellow student and came to an agreement with him which seemed advisable in the light of the fear they both felt of failing the examination. 2 They had decided to bribe the school janitor, and his share of the money they needed to find was of course the larger one. On the way home he was thinking that he would willingly pay even more if he could only pass, if only nothing would go wrong in the examination, and he did indeed have a little accident before he could reach his own front door. All this prepares us for the fact that during his later illness he suffered from extremely persistent disturbance of the bowel function, though one that fluctuated with different causes. When he entered treatment with me he had become accustomed to receiving enemas, administered by a companion. He might not experience spontaneous emptying of the bowels for months at a time, unless there was sudden stimulus from a particular quarter, following which normal bowel activity would be resumed for a few days. His principal complaint was that he felt the world to be shrouded in a veil, or that there was a veil dividing him from the world. This veil was torn open only at the moment when the content of the bowel left the bowel after an enema, whereupon he would feel healthy again, and normal. 4. The colleague to whom I referred my patient for an assessment of his bowel condition was sufficiently perceptive to declare it to be determined by functional or even psychic factors, and to eschew medical intervention. Neither this, incidentally, nor the diet he ordered my patient to follow, were of any use. During the years in which he was in analysis he never had any spontaneous bowel movements, except under the influence of those sudden stimuli. The patient allowed himself to be persuaded that any more intensive treatment of the refractory organ would simply make the condition worse, and was content to bring about a forced evacuation of the bowels once or twice a week by means of an enema or laxative. In discussing these disruptions to the function of the bowel, I have allowed my patient's later state of illness to take up more space than I had intended in a piece of work devoted to his childhood neurosis. There were two reasons for my decision. First, the fact that the bowel symptoms had remained virtually unchanged from the period of childhood neurosis to the later one, and, second, that they were enormously significant in bringing the treatment to an end. We know how important doubt is to the physician analyzing a case of obsessive-compulsive neurosis. It is the patient's most powerful weapon, his preferred means of resistance. For years, thanks to this doubt, our patient too was able to let the efforts made in therapy bounce off him, safe behind a barricade of respectful indifference. Nothing changed, and there was no way of convincing him. Finally I recognized the significance of his bowel disorder for my intentions. It represented the touch of hysteria that is regularly found to underlie any obsessive-compulsive neurosis. I promised the patient that his bowel activity would be fully restored. My undertaking forced his disbelief into the open, so that I then had the satisfaction of watching his doubt disappear as his bowel began to add its voice to the work, as if it were an hysterically affected organ, regaining its normal function, which had for so long been impaired, in the course of a few weeks. I shall now return to the patient's childhood, to a time when faces cannot possibly have signified money to him. He experienced bowel disorders at a very early age, especially the most common kind, entirely normal in children, namely incontinence. We would undoubtedly be correct, however, in rejecting any kind of pathological explanation for these earliest incidents and seeing in them merely proof of his intention not to be disturbed in or held back from the pleasure accompanying the function of evacuation. He continued to be greatly amused, well into his later illness, by anal jokes and exhibitions of the kind that appeal to the natural coarseness of many sections of society. During the era of the English governess it repeatedly came about that he and Nanja were obliged to share a bedroom with the woman they loathed. Nanja noted sympathetically that it was always on these nights that he soiled the sheets, something that he normally no longer did. He was not at all ashamed of this, it was an expression of his defiance towards the governess. A year later, at the age of 412, during his period of great anxiety, it so happened that he once soiled his trousers during the day. He was dreadfully ashamed, wailing as he was cleaned up that he could not go on living like this. Something had changed in the meantime, then, and by turning our attention to his lament we can track down what it was. It turned out that the words "he could not go on living like this" were spoken in imitation of someone else. On some occasion or other his mother had taken him along when she accompanied the doctor who had come to visit her to the railway station. As they walked she was lamenting her pains and bleeding and exclaimed, in those self-same words, "I cannot go on living like this," without imagining that the child whose hand she was holding would retain them in his memory. The lament, which he was incidentally to repeat on countless occasions in his later illness, thus signified his identification with his mother. Soon a missing link between the two incidents, as regards both time and content, came into his memory. Once, at the beginning of his period of anxiety, it came about that his mother, greatly concerned, issued warnings that the children were to be guarded against the dysentery that had made an appearance in the vicinity of their estate. He inquired what that might be and, when he heard that one symptom of dysentery is blood in the stools, he became very anxious and claimed to have found blood in his own stools. He was afraid of dying of dysentery, but allowed himself to be examined and persuaded that he had made a mistake and that there was no need to be afraid. We can understand that his anxiety was an attempt to carry through the identification with his mother, about whose bleeding he had heard in the conversation with the doctor. In his later attempt to identify with his mother, At the age of 412, he had dispensed with the blood, he no longer understood what it was he was feeling, thought that he was ashamed of himself and did not know that he was seized with mortal fear, yet this is what his lament quite unambiguously reveals. At that time his mother, suffering as she did from gynecological complaints, was generally fearful for herself and her children, and it is perfectly probable that his anxiety was founded on identification with his mother, as well as the other motives which fueled it. Now, what is the significance of his identification with his mother? Between his impudent exploitation of incontinence at the age of 312 and his horror of it at the age of 412 there lies the dream that inaugurated the period of anxiety, bringing a belated understanding of the scene 6 he experienced at the age of 18 months and enlightenment as to a woman's role in the sexual act. The obvious explanation is that the change in his attitude towards defecation is also connected with that great upheaval. Dysentery was clearly the name of the illness he had heard his mother complaining about, the one you could not go on living with. His understanding was that his mother's illness was not gynecological in nature, but an illness of the bowel. Under the influence of the primal scene he inferred that the connection ran as follows: his mother's illness was due to the thing his father had done with her 7 and his fear of finding blood in his stools, that is, of being as ill as his mother, was the rejection of his identification with his mother in that sexual scene, the same rejection that awakened him from his dream. His fear was also proof, however, that in his later processing of the primal scene he had put himself in his mother's place and envied her this relationship with his father. The organ through which he could express his identification with the female and his passive homosexual attitude towards the male was the anal zone. Dysfunction in this zone had acquired the significance of the stirrings of feminine tenderness, which it retained also during his later illness. At this point we must air an objection, discussion of which could contribute greatly to clarification of an apparently confused state of affairs. We have had to assume that during the dreaming process he understood women to be castrated, having a wound in the place of the male member which serves the purposes of sexual intercourse, and that castration was thus the condition of female identity. Under the threat of this loss he repressed the feminine attitude towards the male and awoke in fear from his homosexual raptures. How is this understanding of sexual intercourse, this acknowledgement of the vagina, to be reconciled with his choice of the bowel as a means of identification with the female? Are his bowel symptoms not founded on what is probably a more ancient conception, which entirely contradicts castration anxiety, that of the anus as the site of sexual intercourse? It is true that this contradiction exists and that the two conceptions are inconsistent with one another. The question is merely whether they need to be consistent. We are disconcerted because we are always inclined to treat unconscious inner processes as if they were conscious ones, forgetting the profound differences between the two psychic systems. When in excited anticipation the Christmas dream conjured up the image of his parents' sexual intercourse, once observed, or reconstructed, the old view of it no doubt occurred to him first, according to which that part of the woman's body receiving the penis was the anus. What else could he have thought when he watched the scene at the age of 18 months, 8 but now, at the age of 4, came the new event. His previous experiences, the hints he had received as to the possibility of castration, now awoke and cast doubt on his cloaca theory, prompting recognition of the difference between the sexes and the sexual role of the female. He then behaved as children generally do when they are given an explanation they do not want, whether of sexual matters or of anything else. He rejected the new one, in this case, motivated by castration anxiety, and held on to the old one. He decided in favor of the bowel and against the vagina in the same way as he did later, and for similar motives, when he took his father's part against God. The new explanation was rejected, and he held fast to the old theory, which probably provided the material for his identification with the female, later appearing as the fear of a death brought on by bowel infection, and for his first religious scruples, such as whether Christ had a backside. Yet it is not as if his new insight had failed to have any effect, on the contrary, it took effect in a remarkably powerful way, providing the motivation for keeping the whole dream process in a state of repression and excluding it from later, conscious assimilation. But this was the full extent of the effect it had, for it had no influence in deciding the sexual problem. It was indeed a contradiction that, from that point onward, castration anxiety could exist alongside identification with the female by means of the bowel, but it was only a logical contradiction, which does not mean very much. Rather, the whole process is characteristic of the workings of the unconscious. Repression is a different thing from out-of-hand dismissal. In studying the genesis of the wolf phobia, we were tracing the effects of the new insight into the sexual act. Now, investigating disorderly bowel activity, we find ourselves in the realm of the ancient cloaca theory. The two standpoints remain separated from each other by a stage of repression. The female attitude towards the male, dismissed through the act of repression, withdraws, so to speak, into bowel symptoms and expresses itself through the frequent episodes of diarrhea, constipation, and bowel pain of the patient's childhood years. His later sexual fantasies, constructed on the basis of correct sexual knowledge, can now be expressed regressively as bowel disorder. We cannot understand them, however, until we have uncovered the change in meaning that faces have undergone since the patient's earliest childhood. 9. I hinted earlier that I had kept back a part of the content of the primal scene, which I can now fill in. The child eventually interrupted his parents' intimacy by evacuating his bowels, thus providing a motive for his crying. As far as criticism of this additional information is concerned, the same holds true here as for my previous discussion of the content of this scene. The patient accepted this reconstructed concluding action and appeared to confirm it by means of transitory symptoms. A further additional detail that I had suggested, namely that the father had been annoyed by the disturbance and given vent to his displeasure by shouting at the child, had to be dropped. There was no reaction to it in the material of the analysis. The detail which I have just supplied is not, of course, all of a piece with the rest of the scene's content. Here it is not a question of something imprinted on the memory from outside, which we can expect to encounter again in any number of later indications, but rather of the child's own reaction. Not a single detail of the story would change if this manifestation had not occurred, or if it had been inserted into the sequence of events later on. There is no doubt as to how we are to understand it, however. It signifies excitement in the anal zone, in the broadest sense of the word. In other cases of a similar type, the observation of sexual intercourse ended in urination. In the same circumstances, an adult male would be aware of an erection. The fact that the little boy produces a stool as a sign of his sexual excitement is to be judged as characteristic of the sexual constitution that is already in place. He immediately takes up a passive attitude and shows a greater inclination towards later identification with the female than with the male. Here he uses the contents of the bowels in the same way as any other child, in one of its first and earliest senses. Faces are the first gift, the child's first loving sacrifice, a part of his own body that is relinquished, but only in favor of a beloved person. 10 Its use as an act of defiance, as in this case towards the governess at the age of 312, is merely to give its earlier meaning as a gift a negative slant. The grumismurdy left by burglars at the scene of the crime appears to have both meanings, both scorn and a regressive way of offering compensation. When a higher level has been reached, the earlier one can always be put to use in a negative, debased sense. Repression finds expression in the coexistence of antithetical impulses. 11. At a later stage of sexual development, faces assume the meaning of babies. Babies are born through the anus, after all, just like stools. The meaning of faces as a gift readily permits this transformation. Linguistic usage refers to babies as gifts. We hear more frequently of the woman presenting her husband with a baby, but in unconscious usage equal weight is quite rightly given to the other side of the relationship, with the woman receiving the baby from her husband as a gift. The meaning of faces as money arises from its meaning as a gift, but branches off in another direction. The deeper meaning behind our patient's early cover memory of producing his first tantrum because he did not get enough Christmas presents is now revealed. What was missing was sexual satisfaction, which he had taken in an anal sense. His sexual exploration before the dream had prepared him for the fact, grasped during the dreaming process, that the sexual act solves the mystery of where babies come from. Even before the dream he did not like tiny children. Once he found a little bird, still naked, which had fallen out of the nest and, taking it for a tiny human being, had been filled with dread. Analysis demonstrated that all the tiny creatures, caterpillars, and insects he had raged against had signified tiny children in his mind. 12 His own relationship with his elder sister had given him cause to think a great deal about how older children relate to younger ones, and when on one occasion Nanja told him that his mother loved him so much because he was the youngest, he acquired an understandable motive for wishing that there should be no younger child to follow him. His fear of this youngest child was then reactivated under the influence of the dream that brought his parents' intercourse to his attention. We ought therefore to add a new sexual current to those we already know about. Like the others, it stems from the primal scene reproduced in the dream. In his identification with the female, the mother, he is ready to give his father a child and is jealous of the mother who has already done so, and may perhaps do so again. By way of this detour demonstrating a common point of departure in their significance as gifts, money can now attract to itself the meaning of children, and in this way take over the expression of feminine, homosexual, satisfaction. In our patient's case, this process occurred once at a time when brother and sister were both staying in a German sanatorium, and he saw his father give his sister 2 large banknotes. In fantasy he had always harbored suspicions about his father and his sister. Now his jealousy was awakened and he fell on his sister as soon as they were alone, demanding his share of the money with such violence and heaping such reproaches on her that his sister, weeping, threw the whole amount at him. It was not just the real matter of the money that had upset him, but rather the baby, the anal sexual satisfaction he desired from his father. This, then, was his source of comfort when his sister died, during their father's lifetime. The scandalous thought which occurred to him when he heard the news of her death in fact meant simply, now I am the only child and my father must love me and me alone. Yet while the thought in itself was entirely capable of becoming conscious, its homosexual background was so unbearable that it was easier to disguise it as filthy greed, for this no doubt came as a great relief. It was the same story when, after his father's death, he reproached his mother so unjustly for wanting to cheat him out of his money, for loving money more than she loved him. His old jealous feelings that she might love a child other than himself, and the possibility that she might have hoped for another child after him, compelled him to make accusations which he himself acknowledged to be groundless. This analysis of the meaning of faces makes it clear that the compulsive thoughts obliging him to make a connection between God and faces had another meaning besides the abuse he thought them to be. They were in fact a true compromise outcome in which a current of tender devotion played just as much of a part as that of hostile invective. God, crud, was probably an abbreviated form of an offer which sometimes comes to one's ears in unabbreviated form. To shit on God or to give a shit for God can also mean to give him a baby, to be presented by him with a baby. The old meaning of gift, negatively debased, and the meaning of baby which later developed out of this are combined in the patient's compulsive phrase. The latter expresses a feminine tenderness, a readiness to renounce manliness if in return one can be loved as a woman. Precisely that impulse towards God, then, articulated so unambiguously in the delusive system devised by the paranoid president of the Senate, Schreiber. When, later, I come to describe the resolution of the patient's last symptoms, we shall see once again how his bowel disorder had placed itself at the service of the homosexual current, expressing the feminine attitude towards the father. A new meaning of faces will now clear the ground for a discussion of the castration complex. Given that the column of faces stimulates the erogenous mucous membrane of the bowel, it functions as an active organ, behaving as the penis does towards the mucous membrane of the vagina and acting as a precursor of the penis, so to speak, in the cloacal phase. The surrender of faces in favor of, out of love for, another person, for its part, becomes the model of castration and is the first case in which a part of one's own body 13 is renounced in the hope of winning favor from a beloved other. What is otherwise narcissistic love for one's own penis is thus not without some trace of anal eroticism. And so faces, baby, penis, all come together to form a single entity, one unconscious concept, sit venia furbo, if you will excuse the expression, that of something small that can be separated from the body. Along these connecting pathways, displacements and reinforcements of libido charge libidobsetsen can take place that are significant to a patient's pathology and can be uncovered in analysis. We now know what our patient's initial attitude towards the problem of castration was. He dismissed it out of hand, maintaining that intercourse took place in the anus. When I say dismissed, I mean by this primarily that he refused to know anything about it, in the sense of repressing it. He did not actually pass judgment as to whether it existed or not, but effectively it did not. This attitude cannot have remained the definitive one, however, even during the years of childhood neurosis. Later on we can produce good evidence to show that he acknowledged castration as a fact. On this point, too, he behaved in that characteristic way that certainly makes both description and empathetic response so extraordinarily difficult. At first he expressed resistance, then gave in, but the one reaction did not cancel out the other. In the end, two contradictory currents existed alongside one another, one of which abhorred the very idea of castration, while the other was prepared to accept it, consoling itself with femaleness as a substitute. The third current, the oldest and deepest, which had simply dismissed castration out of hand, without entertaining even the possibility of judging whether it was real or not, could no doubt also still be activated. Elsewhere 14 I have recounted an hallucination that occurred to the self-same patient at the age of 5, which in this context requires only the addition of a short commentary. When I was 5 I was playing in the garden near my nurse, using my penknife to carve the bark of one of those walnut trees. 15 which also came up in my dream. 16 Suddenly I was inexpressibly terrified to discover that I had cut right through the little finger of my right or left hand, so that it was only attached by the skin. I felt no pain, only great fear. I did not dare say anything to my nurse, who was only a few steps away, but sank down onto the nearest bench and just sat there, incapable of even glancing at my finger. In the end I calmed down, took a long look at my finger and, lo and behold, it wasn't damaged at all. We know that after he had been introduced to sacred history at the age of 4-1-2, intense intellectual activity set in, which later turned into compulsive piety. We may therefore assume that this hallucination occurred around the time when he was making up his mind to acknowledge the reality of castration, and that it was perhaps intended to mark precisely that step. Even the patient's little correction is not without interest. If he hallucinated the same horrific experience which Tasso relates of his hero Tancred in Jerusalem Liberated, we are justified in suggesting that, for my young patient too, the tree represented a woman. He was thus playing the role of the father, bringing together his mother's bleeding, which he knew about, and the castration of women, the wound, which he now acknowledged. The stimulus to hallucinate about cutting off a finger was provided, he told me later, by the story of one of his relatives who was born with 6 toes, the superfluous member being hacked off immediately with an axe. Thus women had no penis because it had been removed at birth. In this way he came to accept, at the time when he was suffering from obsessive-compulsive neurosis, what he had learned in the dream process and rejected at that time by means of repression. The ritual circumcision of Christ, and of the Jews in general, could not, moreover, have remained unknown to him at a time when he was reading and discussing the sacred story. It was undoubtedly at this time that his father became the terrifying figure who threatens castration. The cruel God with whom he was wrestling, who allowed people to become guilty so that he could then punish them, who sacrificed his own son and the sons of men, threw the shadow of his character back onto the father, whom the boy sought to defend, on the other hand, against that same God. He has a phylogenetic schema to fulfill here and manages to do so even though his own personal experiences do not seem to square with it. The threats, or hints, of castration he had received had actually emanated from women 17, but this did not delay the end result for long. In the end it was his father at whose hands he feared castration. On this point heredity triumphed over accidental experience, In the prehistory of the human race it was certainly the father who carried out castration as a punishment, subsequently reducing it to the practice of circumcision. The more he repressed his sensuality as the process of obsessive-compulsive neurosis went on, the more natural it seemed to him to endow his father, that true representative of sensual activity, with evil intentions of this kind. The identification of his father with the castrator 19 was significant in that it was the source of an intense unconscious hostility towards him, which went as far as wishing him dead, as well as of the guilt he felt in response to this. To this extent he was, however, behaving normally, that is, like any other neurotic individual possessed by a positive Oedipal complex. What was remarkable was that in him a counter-current existed for this too, according to which his father was in fact the castrated figure, and as such demanded his sympathy. In my analysis of the breathing rituals prompted by the sight of cripples, beggars, etc., I was able to show that the symptom could also be traced back to the father, whom he had felt sorry for when he visited him in the clinic during his illness. Analysis permitted us to trace this thread back still further. Very early on, probably even before the seduction, at the age of 314, there was a poor day laborer on the estate whose job it was to carry water into the house. He was unable to speak, supposedly because his tongue had been cut out. He was probably a deaf-mute. The little boy was very fond of him and pitied him with all his heart. When he died, he looked for him in the heavens. 20 This man was thus the first of the cripples for whom he felt such sympathy and, judging by the context and the point at which he was mentioned in analysis, undoubtedly a father substitute. In analysis other memories followed on from this of servants whom he liked. In each case he dwelt on the fact that they were in poor health or Jewish, circumcision. The lackey who helped clean him up after his little accident at the age of 412 was Jewish, too, as well as consumptive, and enjoyed his sympathy. All these figures can be placed in the period before he visited his father in the sanatorium, that is, before formation of the symptom, which was really intended to keep identification with the person pitied at a distance by means of exhalation. Then suddenly, in connection with a dream, the analysis turned back to the patient's very early life, giving him the opportunity to assert that he had observed the disappearance of the penis in coitus during the primal scene, pitied his father on this account and rejoiced at the reappearance of what he had thought to be lost. Another new feeling, then, inspired by this scene. Incidentally, we cannot fail to recognize the narcissistic roots of such sympathy, underlined by the word itself. 21. 8. Supplementary material from earliest childhood, solution. It is often the case in analysis that new material surfaces in the memory once the end is in sight, material which up until then has been kept carefully hidden. Or else an inconspicuous remark will be tossed casually into the conversation, in an indifferent tone of voice, as if it were something quite superfluous, and then something else added on another occasion which makes the physician prick up his ears, until we finally recognize that these passed-over scraps of memory hold the key to the most important of secrets, glossed over by the patient's neurosis. At an early stage my patient had recounted a memory dating from the time when his difficult behavior would suddenly veer over into anxiety. He was chasing a lovely big butterfly with yellow stripes, whose large wings had pointed tips, a swallowtail, in fact. Suddenly, as the butterfly settled on a flower, he was overcome by a terrible fear of the creature and ran away screaming. This memory recurred from time to time in the analysis and demanded some sort of explanation, which for a long time was not forthcoming. We could assume from the outset that a detail of this kind had not retained a place in his memory for its own sake, but was a cover memory representing something more important which was somehow bound up with it. One day he said that in his language the word for a butterfly was babushka, or little granny. Butterflies in general made him think of women and girls, while beetles and caterpillars were like boys. It must surely have been the memory of a female, then, which had been awakened in that scene of anxiety. I will not conceal the fact that at the time I suggested as a possibility that the yellow stripes of the butterfly reminded him of similar stripes on an item of clothing worn by a woman. I do so only in order to show by example how inadequate the physician's conjectures are as a general rule in solving questions that have been raised, and how wrong it is to attribute responsibility for the outcome of the analysis to the physician's fantasies and suggestions. Many months later, in an entirely different context, the patient remarked that it was the way the butterfly's wings opened and closed once it had settled that had given him such an uncanny feeling. It had been like a woman opening her legs, and the legs then made the shape of a Roman V, which as we know was the hour at which he used to experience a darkening of his mood, both in his boyhood and in the present day. This was a notion that would never have occurred to me and that I was the more inclined to value when I considered that the process of association it revealed was genuinely infantile in character. I have often noticed that a child's attention is drawn by movement far more often than by forms that are at rest, and he will often produce associations on the grounds of a similar kind of movement, which we adults neglect to notice or overlook altogether. For a long time afterwards this little problem was left on one side. I will mention only the commonplace conjecture that the butterfly's pointed, protruding wing tips might have had some significance as genital symbols. One day a memory of a kind came to the surface, hazy and diffident, very early on, even before the time of his nurse. He must have had a nursery maid who was very fond of him. She had had the same name as his mother. He was sure he had returned her affection. A first love, then, which had vanished without trace. We agreed, however, that something must have happened and that was to be of importance later. Then he revised his memory once more. She could not have had the same name as his mother, that was a mistake on his part, proving of course that in his memory she had merged with his mother. Her real name had come back to him by a circuitous route. He suddenly found himself thinking of a storeroom on the first estate where fruit was kept after it had been picked, and of a particular sort of pear with an excellent flavor, a large pear with yellow striped skin. In his language the word for pear was gruska, and this had also been the name of the nursery maid. It thus became clear that behind the cover memory of the butterfly he had chased there lay concealed the memory of this nursery maid. The yellow stripes were not on her dress, however, but on the pear whose name she shared. Yet where did his anxiety come from when this memory was activated? The most obvious, crass conjecture might have been that as a small child it was this nursery maid whom he had first seen perform movements of the legs which he had fixed in his mind with the Roman symbol V, movements which allowed access to the genitals. We spared ourselves such conjectures and waited for new material to emerge. Soon afterwards came the memory of a scene, incomplete but, as far as it went, distinct. Gruska was kneeling on the ground, beside her a pail and a short broom made of birch twigs tied together. He was there and she was teasing him or scolding him. We could easily supply the missing information from elsewhere. In the first months of therapy he had told me about his compulsive infatuation with a peasant girl from whom at the age of 18 he had caught the infection which led to his later illness. At the time he had been conspicuously unwilling to give the girl's name. It was an isolated instance of resistance. Normally he gave unqualified obedience to the ground rules of analysis. He claimed, however, that he was so very ashamed to say the name out loud because it could only belong to a peasant. A girl of better breeding would never have been given such a name. Eventually we learned that this name was Matrona. It had a motherly ring to it. His shame was obviously displaced. He was not ashamed of the fact that he felt these infatuations exclusively for girls of the most lowly birth, he was ashamed only of the name. If the affair with Matrona had anything in common with the Gruska episode, then we could locate his feelings of shame back in that earlier incident. On another occasion he told me how very moved he was when he heard the story of Johannes Huss. His attention was caught by the bundles of twigs that were dragged to the place where he was burned at the stake. His sympathy for Huss awoke a particular suspicion in me. I have often encountered it in younger patients and have always found the same explanation to hold true. One of them had even produced a dramatic version of Huss's story. He began to write his drama on the very day the object of his secret infatuation was taken away from him. Huss is burned to death, and, like others who fulfill the same condition, he is a hero to those who formerly suffered from enuresis. The patient himself made a connection between the bundles of twigs around Huss's funeral pyre and the nursery maid's broom, made of birch twigs. This material fitted together effortlessly to fill in the gaps in his memory of the scene with Gruska. As he was watching the girl cleaning the floor, he had urinated into the room. At this she had threatened him, no doubt playfully, with castration. 1 I do not know if my readers are already able to guess why I have described this episode from early infancy in such detail. 2 It establishes an important link between the primal scene and the compulsive eroticism that was later to have such a decisive effect on his fortunes, and introduces, moreover, a sexual condition which throws some light on that compulsion. When he saw the girl crouched down cleaning the floor, on her knees with her buttocks projecting and her back horizontal, he recognized the position that his mother had assumed in the scene of coitus he had observed. In his mind she became his mother. He was overcome by sexual excitement as that image was activated. 3 And behaved in a manly fashion towards her like his father, whose actions he could then only have understood as urination. His urinating on the floor was actually an attempt at seduction, to which the girl responded with a threat of castration as if she had understood what he was doing. The compulsion derived from the primal scene was transferred to the scene with Gruska and its continued effect was mediated through it. The sexual condition underwent a modification, however, which testifies to the influence of the second scene. It was transferred from the woman's position to what she was doing in that position. This became evident, for example, in his experience with Matrona. He was walking through the village attached to their, later, estate when he saw a peasant girl kneeling at the edge of the pond, washing dirty linen in the water. He fell violently and irresistibly in love with the girl on the instant, although he could not even see her face. By virtue of her posture and her activity she had taken Gruska's place. We can now understand how feelings of shame applying to the scene with Gruska could be linked to the name Matrona. We can see the compulsive influence of the scene with Gruska at work in another attack of infatuation some years earlier. For a long time he had been attracted to a young peasant girl who was in service in the household, but had not allowed himself to approach her. One day he was seized with infatuation when he came across her alone in the room. He found her crouched down, cleaning the floor with pail and broom beside her, exactly like the other girl in his childhood. Even his definitive choice of object, so significant in his life, turned out to be dependent in its circumstantial details, which are not our concern here, on that same sexual condition, an offshoot of the compulsion that governed his sexual choice from the primal scene onwards, via the scene with Gruska. I remarked earlier that I am well aware of the way in which my patient attempts to demean the object of his love. We can trace this back to a reaction against the pressure of his sister's superiority. I promised at the time, however, to demonstrate that this arrogant motive was not the only one determining his behavior, but concealed purely erotic motives, which constituted a more profound determining force. His memory of the nursery maid cleaning the floor, her position admittedly a demeaning one, brought this motivation to light. All the later objects of his love were substitutes for this one woman, whom a chance situation had made the first substitute for his mother. In retrospect we can easily recognize our patient's first response to the problem of his fear of the butterfly as a distant allusion to the primal scene, the fifth hour. The relationship between the scene with Gruska and the threat of castration was confirmed by a particularly suggestive dream, which he was able to translate on his own. He said, "I dreamed that a man was tearing the wings off an asp. Asp. I naturally asked, what do you mean by that? Well, the insect with yellow stripes on its body, the one that can sting you. It must be a reference to Gruska, the yellow-striped pair. Now I was able to correct him, you mean a wasp, then wesp. Is the word wasp? I really thought it was asp. Like so many others, he used his unfamiliarity with German to conceal his symptomatic actions. But an asp, that must be me, sp. His initials. An asp is of course a mutilated wasp. The dream tells us clearly that he is taking his revenge on Gruska for having threatened to castrate him. The action of the 2-12-year-old boy in the scene with Gruska is the first known effect of the primal scene, one in which he appears as a copy of his father, revealing a tendency to develop in the direction that will later merit the name masculine. The seduction forces him into passivity, although we were admittedly already prepared for this by his behavior as an onlooker during his parents' intercourse. One aspect of the treatment history, which I must emphasize, is that in dealing with the Gruska scene, the first experience that he could truly remember and indeed did remember without any contribution or conjecture on my part, one had the strong impression that the problem of the therapy had been solved. After this there was no more resistance, all that was needed was to gather material and piece it together. Suddenly the old trauma theory, which was after all constructed on the basis of impressions formed in the course of psychoanalytic therapy, came into its own again. Out of critical interest I made one further attempt to impose a different interpretation of his story upon my patient, one more welcome to sober common sense. I suggested that there was no reason to doubt that the scene with Gruska had taken place, but that it meant nothing in itself. Regression had caused it to seem more substantial in retrospect because of the events surrounding his choice of object, which had been diverted from his sister because of his inclination to demean and had fallen on servant girls instead. The observation of coitus, on the other hand, might simply be a fantasy of later life, the historical kernel of which might perhaps have been the observation or experience of a harmless enema. Many readers will perhaps be of the opinion that only in making assumptions such as these had I reached a true understanding of the case. The patient looked at me uncomprehendingly and with a certain contempt as I presented this view, and never once reacted to it. I have expounded my own arguments against rationalizations of this kind above in the appropriate context. Not only does the Gruska scene contain the conditions of object choice that were to be crucial for the patient's life, however, thus guarding us against the error of overestimating the significance of his inclination to demean women. It also enables me to justify my former refusal to trace the primal scene back to animal behavior observed shortly before the dream, and to regard this without hesitation as the only possible solution. It surfaced spontaneously in the patient's memory without my having said or done anything. The fear of the yellow-striped butterfly, which could be traced back to it, proved that its content had been significant, or that it had subsequently become possible to invest its content with significance. We could quite confidently supply those significant elements that were no longer present to memory, by means of the accompanying associations and the conclusions suggested by them. It then transpired that his fear of the butterfly was entirely analogous to his fear of the wolf, and in both cases was a fear of castration, initially directed towards the person who had first voiced the castration threat but then transferred onto the person to whom it must adhere according to the phylogenetic model. The scene with Gruska occurred when he was 2-12. The anxiety he experienced at the sight of the yellow butterfly must have been after the anxiety dream, however. It would be readily comprehensible if his later sense of the possibility of castration had latched onto the scene with Gruska and generated anxiety from it, but the scene itself contains nothing offensive or improbable, only details of an entirely banal nature that there was no reason to doubt. There is nothing to encourage us to trace them back to the child's fantasy, indeed, it would hardly seem possible to do so. The question now arises as to whether we are justified in seeing proof of his sexual excitement in the fact that the boy urinated in a standing position while the girl was kneeling on the floor, cleaning it. If so, his excitement would testify to the influence of an earlier impression, which could just as easily be the actual occurrence of the primal scene as something he watched animals do before the age of 2-12. Or was the situation entirely harmless, the child emptying his bladder purely a matter of accident, and the whole scene imbued with sexuality only later on, in his memory, once he had recognized the significance of similar situations? I do not think I am able to come to any conclusion here. I must say that I think it greatly to the credit of psychoanalysis that it can even ask questions such as these. But I cannot deny that the scene with Gruska, the role it played in analysis and the effects it had on my patient's life can be explained most naturally and fully if we affirm the reality of the primal scene, which at other times might be seen as the product of fantasy. There is nothing fundamentally impossible in what it asserts, and the assumption that it was a reality is entirely in keeping with the stimulating influence of his observations of animals, to which the sheepdogs in the dream image allude. I shall turn from this unsatisfying conclusion to a question I explore in my introductory lectures on psychoanalysis. I should very much like to know myself whether my patient's primal scene was a fantasy or a real experience, but taking other, similar cases into consideration, we are obliged to conclude that it is not actually very important to reach a verdict on this matter. Scenes where parental intercourse is observed, scenes of childhood seduction and the threat of castration are undoubtedly inherited property, a phylogenetic inheritance, but they could just as well have been acquired by personal experience. The seduction of my patient by his older sister was an indisputable reality, why not the observation of his parents' coitus, too? In the primal history of neurosis we see that the child resorts to this phylogenetic experience when his own experience is not enough. He fills out the gaps in individual truth with prehistoric truth, putting ancestral experience in the place of his own. In acknowledging this phylogenetic inheritance I am in complete agreement with Jung. Die Psychologie der unbewussten Prozesse, The Psychology of Unconscious Processes, 1917, a work published too late to influence my own lectures, but I consider it methodologically incorrect to resort to a phylogenetic explanation before one has exhausted the possibilities of ontogenesis. I do not see why we should obstinately deny the prehistory of childhood a significance that we readily concede to ancestral prehistory. I cannot overlook the fact that phylogenetic motives and products are themselves in need of the light that can be shed on them in a whole series of instances drawn from individual childhoods, and finally, it does not surprise me to find that when the same conditions remain in force they again cause the same things to come about organically in the individual as they had done in ancient times, and which they then passed down in the form of a disposition to reacquire them over and over again. The interval between the primal scene and the seduction, 18 months, 3–14 years, is also where we must place the mute water carrier, who was a father substitute for my patient just as Gruska was a mother substitute. I do not think we are justified in referring here to an inclination to demean, even though both parents are represented by members of the servant class. The child takes no notice of social distinctions, which mean very little to him as yet, putting even quite lowly people on a level with his parents if they respond to him lovingly in the same way that his parents do. Equally, this inclination is of little significance when it comes to using animals as substitutes for his parents, for nothing could be further from the child's mind than to hold animals in low esteem. There is no thought of demeaning them when uncles and aunts are enlisted as parent substitutes, a procedure attested by many of our patients' memories. In the same period there are vague tidings of a phase during which he only wanted to eat sweets, so that concern was expressed for his physical well-being. He was told of an uncle who had not wanted to eat anything either and who wasted away at an early age. He also heard that he had been so seriously ill when he was 3 months old that they had made his shroud in readiness. They succeeded in making him so fearful that he started to eat again. Later in his childhood he even took this obligation to extremes, as if to shield himself against the threat of death. His fear of dying, summoned up for his own protection, came into evidence again later, when his mother issued a warning about the danger of dysentery. Later still it provoked an attack of obsessive-compulsive neurosis, p. 266. At a later stage we shall attempt to look into its origins and significance. I would wish to claim that the eating disorder is significant as the very first instance of neurotic illness in my patient, thus the eating disorder, the wolf phobia and the compulsive piety represent the full range of infantile illnesses that predispose the individual to neurotic breakdown in the years after puberty. It will be objected that few children altogether avoid disorders such as a passing unwillingness to eat or an animal phobia. This is an argument I welcome, however. I am prepared to assert that every adult neurosis builds on childhood neurosis, but that the latter is not always powerful enough to attract attention and to be recognized as such. The objection only enhances the theoretical significance of the infantile neuroses for our understanding of those illnesses that we treat as neuroses and believe to be derived only from what affects us in later life. If our patient had not picked up compulsive piety in addition to his eating disorder and his animal phobia, his story would not be noticeably different from that of any other living soul, and we would have missed out on valuable material that could keep us from making obvious mistakes. The analysis would be unsatisfactory if it did not enable us to understand the lament in which our patient summed up his sense of suffering. He said that for him the world was shrouded in a veil, and psychoanalytic training leads us to dismiss any expectation that these words might be meaningless or accidental. The veil was only torn apart, oddly enough, in one situation, namely when, after the application of an enema, stools were passed through the anus. He would then feel well again and for a very short while would see the world clearly. Understanding the meaning of this veil was as difficult as understanding his fear of the butterfly. He did not insist on its being a veil, moreover, and it became even more elusive to him, a feeling of twilight, ténèbres, and other such intangibles. It was only shortly before leaving therapy that he recalled having heard that he had been born with a call point, for this reason he had always considered himself to be particularly lucky, a child whom no ill could befall. This confidence only left him when he was obliged to acknowledge that his gonorrheal illness had done serious damage to his body. He broke down in the face of this insult to his narcissism. We might say that this was the repetition of a mechanism that had come into play once before. The wolf phobia, too, had broken out when he was forced to confront the fact that castration was indeed possible, and for him gonorrhea was clearly on a par with castration. The veil shrouding him from the world and shrouding the world from him was thus the call. His lament is in fact the fulfillment of a wish fantasy in which he is shown as having returned to the womb, a wish fantasy, admittedly, of flight from the world. We might translate it thus: my life is so unhappy that I must go back to my mother's womb. What is the meaning of the fact that this symbolic veil, once a real veil, is torn apart, however, at the very moment when the bowels are evacuated after a clyster enema, and that his illness abates under these conditions? The context permits us to reply: when the birth veil is torn apart, he sees the world and is reborn. The stool is the baby, and as that baby he is born a second time to a happier life. This is the fantasy of rebirth to which Jung recently drew our attention, and to which he attributed such a dominant position in the wishful fantasies of the neurotic individual. That would be all very well, if it were a complete response. Certain details of the situation, together with the consideration that there should be a connection with the particular facts of our patient's life history, require us to take our interpretation further. The condition of rebirth is that a man administers a clyster; only later, when absolutely necessary, did he perform this function himself. This can only mean that he has identified himself with the mother. The man plays the role of his father, the clyster reproduces the act of copulation, which bears fruit in the birth of the stool baby, that is, of himself. The fantasy of rebirth is thus intimately bound up with the condition of sexual satisfaction received from a man. Our translation now runs as follows: only when he is allowed to take the woman's place, to substitute himself for his mother in order to gain satisfaction from his father and bear a child for him, does his illness abate. Here the fantasy of rebirth is merely the mutilated, censored reproduction of his homosexual wish fantasy. If we look more closely, we must in fact recognize that, by setting this condition for his cure, the patient is simply reproducing the situation found in the so-called primal scene, at the time he wanted to take on his mother's attributes, and in that scene he himself produced the stool baby, as we had long ago supposed. As if spellbound, his inner gaze is fixed on the scene that was to be decisive for his sexual life, the recurrence of which, that night of the dream, inaugurated his illness. The veil tearing is analogous to his eyes unclosing, to the window opening. The primal scene has been remodeled as the condition imposed for his cure. We can easily take what is represented in the patient's lament, and what is represented by the exception to the condition he laments, and draw them together to form a single entity whose full meaning is then revealed. He wishes he were back in his mother's womb, not simply in order to be reborn, but so as to be reached by his father during coitus, to gain satisfaction from him, to bear him a child. To be born of his father, as he at first supposed, to gain sexual satisfaction from him, to give him a child, even if that means surrendering his manhood, and to express all this in the language of anal eroticism. With these wishes the will of his fixed obsession with his father comes full circle, in them his homosexuality finds its highest and most intimate expression. 5. In my opinion, this example sheds some light on the meaning and origin of fantasies of the womb and of rebirth. The former frequently stems from an attachment to the father, as in our case. There is a desire to be in the mother's womb so as to act as her substitute during coitus, to take her place with the father. As a rule, the fantasy of rebirth probably constitutes a euphemism, so to speak, a toning down of the fantasy of incestuous intercourse with the mother, an anagogic abbreviation of it, to borrow H. Silber's expression. There is a desire to return to the situation in which one was in the mother's genitals. Here the man identifies himself with his penis and uses it to represent his whole self. Thus it is revealed that each of the two fantasies is the counterpart of the other, expressing the wish for sexual intercourse with the mother or the father, depending on whether the individual concerned adopts a male or female attitude. We cannot discount the possibility that both fantasies, and hence both incestuous wishes, are united in our patient's lament and in the conditions set for his cure. Once again I shall attempt to reinterpret the latest results of the analysis according to the model preferred by my opponents. The patient laments his flight from the world in a typical womb fantasy, glimpses the possibility of cure only in rebirth, as typically understood. He expresses the latter through anal symptoms appropriate to his dominant predisposition. According to the model of anal fantasies of rebirth, he constructs a childhood scene that recapitulates his wishes using archaic symbols as the medium of expression. His symptoms are then interlinked in such a way that they appear to proceed from a primal scene of this kind. He was forced to embark on this whole line of retreat because he came up against a task in real life that he was too lazy to solve, or because he had every reason to mistrust his inferior attributes and thought this the best way of protecting himself against being passed over. This would be all well and good if the unhappy man had not been only 4 years old at the time of the dream with which his neurosis began, the stimulus for which was his grandfather's story about the tailor and the wolf, and the interpretation of which necessitates the assumption of a primal scene of this kind. The relief that Jung's and Adler's theories might have afforded us comes to grief in the face of these petty but inviolable facts. As things are, it seems to me more likely that the fantasy of rebirth issues from the primal scene than the other way round, that the primal scene reflects the fantasy of rebirth. Perhaps we may also assume that 4 years after his birth the patient was just a little too young to be wishing for rebirth already. Yet I must withdraw this last argument, for my own observations prove that we have underestimated children and are no longer able to say just what they are capable of. 6. 9. Recapitulations and problems. I do not know whether my readers will have succeeded in forming a clear picture of the genesis and development of my patient's state of illness from the report of the analysis given above. Indeed, I fear that this will not be the case. However, whereas I never normally boast of my own narrative skills, on this occasion I should like to plead mitigating circumstances. To initiate the reader into a description of such early phases and such profound strata of a patient's inner life is a problem which has never before been tackled, and it is better to solve it badly than to take to one's heels, particularly since losing heart presents certain dangers in itself. Better, then, to make a bold show of not having been put off by consciousness of one's own deficiencies. The case itself was not a particularly auspicious one. The very thing that made it possible to gain such a wealth of information about the patient's childhood, the fact that we could study the child through the medium of the adult, was bought at the price of the most dreadful fragmentation of the analysis and a corresponding incompleteness in my account of it. Aspects of personality, a national character which is alien to our own, made it difficult to empathize with him. The contrast between the patient's charming and responsive personality, his sharp intelligence and refined way of thinking, and his complete lack of restraint at the level of the drives made it necessary to spend an excessively long time on the work of preparation and education, thus rendering any kind of overview more difficult. Though it may have posed the hardest descriptive problems, however, the patient himself cannot be held responsible for the nature of the case. In adult psychology we have happily succeeded in separating the processes of the inner life into conscious and unconscious, and describing both in clear language. As far as the child is concerned, however, this distinction almost gives way. We are often at a loss to decide what we would describe as conscious, and what unconscious. Processes that have become dominant and that, given their later behavior, we must treat in the same way as conscious ones, were nevertheless not conscious in the child. We can easily understand why this is so. Consciousness in the child has not yet developed its full range of characteristics and is not yet entirely capable of being converted into language pictures. The way in which we are regularly guilty of confusing the phenomenon of something appearing in consciousness in the form of a perception, and something belonging to an accepted psychic system that we ought to call by some conventional name but for which we also use the term consciousness, system CS, such confusion is harmless in the psychological description of an adult, but misleading in the case of a small child. To introduce the concept of the preconscious does not help much here, for there is no reason why the child's preconsciousness should be congruent with the adult's. We must therefore be content with having clearly recognized the obscurity which confronts us. A case such as the one described here could obviously create an opportunity to embark on a discussion of all the results and problems of psychoanalysis. It would be an endless undertaking, and one quite without justification. We have to tell ourselves that we cannot discover everything, cannot decide everything on the basis of a single case, and that we must be content to use it for what it can show us most clearly. The task of explanation in psychoanalysis is in any case narrowly circumscribed. What we need to explain are conspicuous symptom formations, by revealing how they have come about. What we are not to explain, only describe, are the psychic mechanisms and drive processes that we encounter in doing so. Formulation of new general statements on the basis of what we have learned about these last named aspects requires numerous cases of this kind, analyzed accurately and in depth. They are not easy to come by, for each individual case requires years of work. Thus progress in these areas will only take place very slowly. There is an obvious temptation, of course, to content oneself with scratching the psychic surface of a number of individuals and replacing neglected effort with speculation advanced under the patronage of some philosophical school of thought or other. There are also practical necessities that can be urged in favor of such a procedure, but the necessities of scholarship cannot be satisfied by any surrogate. I want to attempt to sketch out a synthesis, an overall view of my patient's sexual development, beginning with the earliest indications. The first thing we hear about him is of a loss of pleasure in eating that I would interpret on the basis of other experiences, but nevertheless with circumspection, as the outcome of an occurrence in the sexual sphere. I had thus to consider the first recognizable mode of sexual organization to be the so-called cannibal or oral mode of organization, in which the scene is dominated by the original dependence of sexual excitement on the drive to eat. We cannot expect to find any direct expression of this phase, but may find some indications in the appearance of disorders. The impairment of the drive to eat, which may of course have other causes as well, draws our attention to the fact that the organism has not succeeded in controlling sexual excitement. The sexual objective in this phase could only be cannibalism, eating. In our patient's case this comes to the fore as a result of regression from a higher level, in his fear of being gobbled up by the wolf. We had to translate this fear as that of being taken in coitus by the father. It is well known that at a much later stage, in girls going through puberty or slightly older, we encounter a neurosis that expresses the rejection of sexuality through anorexia. A connection may be drawn with the oral phase of sexuality. We encounter the erotic objective of the oral mode of organization once again at the height of paroxysms of love. I love you so much I could eat you, and in affectionate contact with small children, in which the adult himself behaves in an infantile fashion. Elsewhere I have expressed the suspicion that our patient's father himself inclined to affectionate scolding, and when playing at wolves or dogs with the little boy had threatened in jest to gobble him up, p. 230. The patient only provided confirmation of this view through his striking behavior in the transference. Whenever he retreated from difficulties in the therapy and sought refuge in transference, he would threaten to gobble me up, and later to subject me to every possible form of ill treatment, all of which was merely a way of expressing his affection. His linguistic usage has been permanently colored in certain ways by this oral phase of sexuality. He refers to luscious love objects, describes his beloved as sweet. We recall that as a child our patient only wanted sweet things to eat. When they occur in dreams, sweeties and bonbons generally stand for caresses and sexual satisfaction. It appears that there is also an anxiety that belongs in this phase, where there is a disorder, of course, which manifests itself in the form of generalized anxiety and may adhere to anything that is suggested to the child as appropriate. In our patient's case, it was used to teach him to overcome his reluctance to eat, to overcompensate for it, indeed. We are led to the possible source of his eating disorder when we recall, basing ourselves on the assumption we have discussed in such detail, that his observation of coitus, which was belatedly to cast so many ripples, took place at the age of 18 months, certainly before the period at which he experienced eating difficulties. We may perhaps assume that it speeded up the processes of sexual maturity, so that it also took effect directly, if inconspicuously. I know, of course, that we can also explain the symptoms manifested during this period, his fear of the wolf, his eating disorder, in a different, more straightforward way that takes no account of sexuality or of a pregenital stage of sexual organization. Anyone who likes to ignore the signs of neurosis and the logical connections between phenomena will prefer this other explanation, and I shall not be able to prevent him from doing so. It is difficult to find out anything compelling about these initial stages of sexuality other than by taking the roundabout routes I have indicated. The scene with Gruska, at the age of 212, shows our young patient embarking on a development that merits recognition as a normal one, except perhaps that it is somewhat premature: identification with the father, eroticism of the bladder as a substitute for virility. It too is very strongly influenced by the primal scene. Up until now we have interpreted the identification with the father as a narcissistic one, but bearing in mind the content of the primal scene, we cannot deny that it already corresponds to the stage of genital organization. The male genitals have begun to play their part and will continue to do so under the influence of his sister's seduction. We gain the impression, however, that the seduction not only encourages this development but also, to a greater extent, disrupts and diverts it. It results in a passive sexual objective that is fundamentally irreconcilable with the action of the male genitals. The first external impediment, Nanja's suggestion of castration, leads to the breakdown, at the age of 312, of the still precarious mode of genital organization, and regression to the previous stage of anal sadistic organization, which he might perhaps otherwise have passed through with only the same slight symptoms as those found in other children. It is easy to recognize that the anal sadistic mode of organization is a continuation of the oral one. The violent muscular activity towards its object by which it is characterized falls into place as an act preparatory to eating, but eating is no longer present as a sexual objective. The preparatory act becomes an objective in its own right. What is new about it in comparison with the previous stage is the fact that the receptive, passive organ has now been separated off from the oral zone, and developed in the anal zone instead. Biological parallels suggest themselves, as does the interpretation of pregenital human modes of organization as the residue of arrangements that have been permanently retained in many classes of animal. Equally characteristic of this stage is the way in which the exploratory drive constitutes itself from its component elements. Anal eroticism is not conspicuously in evidence. Under the influence of sadism, faces have exchanged their affectionate meaning for an aggressive one. A feeling of guilt, which indicates, moreover, that developments are taking place in areas other than the sexual sphere, plays its part in the transformation of sadism into masochism. The seduction continues to exert an influence, in that it maintains the passivity of the sexual objective. It now transforms sadism to a great extent into its passive counterpart, masochism. It is doubtful whether we can put the boy's characteristic passivity entirely down to the seduction, for his reaction to the observation of coitus at the age of 18 months was already predominantly a passive one. The sexual excitement that he felt in observation was expressed in a bowel movement, in which we must admittedly recognize an active element. Sadism, which finds active expression in tormenting small creatures, continues to exist alongside the masochism that dominates his sexual aspirations and is expressed in his fantasies. From the time of the seduction onwards his sexual curiosity has been stirred, and is essentially directed towards two problems, namely where babies come from and whether loss of the genitals is possible. It becomes bound up with the expression of his drives. It is this that focuses his sadistic tendencies on those tiny creatures, which he sees as representing tiny children. Our description has taken us almost up to his 4th birthday, at which point the dream causes the observation of coitus at the age of 18 months to come belatedly into effect. We can neither completely grasp nor adequately describe the processes that are now set in motion. The activation of that image, which thanks to advances in his intellectual development can now be understood, has the effect of a newly occurring event, but is also like a fresh trauma, an alien intrusion analogous to the seduction. The genital mode of organization, which had been suspended, is resumed at a stroke, but the progress made in the dream cannot be maintained. Rather, a process that can only be compared to a kind of repression causes him to reject this new knowledge and replace it with a phobia. Thus the anal sadistic mode of organization continues in existence, even during the animal phobia phase that now begins, but with some manifestations of anxiety mixed in. The child still pursues both sadistic and masochistic activities, while reacting fearfully against one component. The reversal of sadism into its opposite probably fares somewhat better. We can see from the analysis of the anxiety dream that repression follows immediately after the knowledge of castration. The new knowledge is rejected because to accept it would cost the boy his penis. More careful consideration reveals something like the following: what has been repressed is the homosexual attitude in the genital sense, which had been formed under the influence of the new knowledge. This attitude remains preserved in the unconscious, however, constituted as a deeper, closed-off stratum. The driving force behind this repression appears to be the narcissistic masculinity of the genitals that comes into conflict with the passivity of the homosexual objective, a conflict for which the ground was laid long before. Repression is thus one of the outcomes of masculinity. This might lead us into the temptation to revise one small aspect of psychoanalytic theory. It seems patently obvious, after all, that repression and the formation of neuroses proceed from the conflict between masculine and feminine aspirations, that is, from bisexuality. But such a view has its shortcomings. Of these two conflicting sexual impulses, one is acceptable to the Ich-Gerecht, the other offends against narcissistic interests and thus falls prey to repression. In this case, too, it is the Ich who sets repression in motion in favor of one of the two sexual aspirations. In other cases, such a conflict between masculinity and femininity does not exist. There is a single sexual aspiration present, which sues for acceptance but runs counter to certain powers of the I and is therefore banished. Far more frequent than conflicts within sexuality itself are those conflicts that arise between sexuality and the moral inclinations of the I. There is an absence of moral conflict of this kind in our case. To emphasize bisexuality as the motivation for repression would be too restrictive, whereas conflict between the I and the sexual aspirations, the libido, covers all eventualities. Against the theory of masculine protest as developed by Adler, it must be objected that repression by no means always upholds masculinity against femininity. In many whole categories of cases it is masculinity that is obliged to accept repression by the I. A more balanced evaluation of the process of repression in our particular case, incidentally, would challenge whether narcissistic masculinity is significant as the only motivating factor. The homosexual attitude that comes into being in the course of the dream is so powerful that the little boy's I fails to control it and fends it off through the process of repression. To achieve this end, the I enlists the help of the narcissistic masculinity of the genitals that is in opposition to the homosexual attitude. Simply in order to avoid any misunderstanding, let me state that all narcissistic impulses work out from the I and remain in the I's domain, while repression is directed towards those objects carrying a libidinal charge. Let us now turn from the process of repression, a notion we have perhaps not succeeded in mastering entirely, to the boy's state when he awakened from the dream. If it had indeed been masculinity that had triumphed over homosexuality, femininity, during the dream process, we should now find an active sexual aspiration, already explicitly masculine in character, to be the dominant one. There is no question of this, however. The essential nature of the mode of sexual organization is unchanged. The anal sadistic phase still continues in existence and remains dominant. The triumph of masculinity can only be seen in the fact that the boy reacts fearfully to the passive sexual objectives of the dominant mode of organization, which are masochistic, but not feminine. There is no triumphant masculine sexual impulse present, but only a passive one, and an unwillingness to accept it. I can imagine the difficulties that this sharp distinction between the active/masculine and passive/feminine will cause the reader, a distinction that is unfamiliar but essential to our purpose, and so I shall not hesitate to repeat myself. We can describe the state of affairs after the dream, then, as follows: the patient's sexual aspirations have been split, the genital mode of organization having been achieved in the unconscious and a highly intensive homosexuality constituted. Above this, virtually at the level of consciousness, the earlier sadistic and predominantly masochistic sexual current continues to exist, while the I has altered its position, by and large, towards sexuality, anxiously rejecting the dominant masochistic objectives just as it reacted towards the deeper homosexual ones with the formation of a phobia. Thus the outcome of the dream was not so much the victory of a masculine current as reaction against a feminine, passive one. We would do violence to the facts if we ascribed masculine characteristics to this reaction. For the I does not have sexual aspirations, only an interest in self-protection and the preservation of its narcissism. Let us now look closely at the phobia. It came into existence at the level of genital organization and demonstrates the relatively simple mechanism of an anxiety hysteria. The I protects itself from something it judges to be excessively dangerous, that is, homosexual satisfaction, by developing anxiety. However, the process of repression leaves a trace that we cannot miss. The object to which the dreaded sexual objective has become attached must find representation in conscious thought by means of another. It is not fear of the father that comes to consciousness, but fear of the wolf. Once it has been formed, the phobia is not restricted to a single content. Some considerable time later the wolf is replaced by a lion. Sadistic impulses towards tiny creatures compete with a phobic response towards them, inasmuch as they represent the boy's rivals, the babies whose arrival is still possible. The genesis of the butterfly phobia is particularly interesting. It is like a repetition of the mechanism that generated the wolf phobia in the dream. A chance stimulus activates an old experience, the scene with Gruska, whose castration threat belatedly comes into effect, whereas at the time it appeared to have left no impression. 1. We can say that the fear that goes into the formation of these phobias is fear of castration. This statement in no way contradicts the view that the fear arises from the repression of homosexual libido. Both modes of expression refer to the same process, in which the I withdraws libido from the homosexual wish impulse, which is converted into free-floating anxiety and then allows itself to be bound up in phobias. It is merely that the first mode of expression also indicates the motive that drives the I to act in this way. Looking more carefully, we then find that the random choice of a single phobia does not represent the full extent of this first episode of illness, not counting the eating disorder, in our patient, but that it must be understood as a genuine case of hysteria, comprising both anxiety symptoms and conversion phenomena. An element of the homosexual impulse is retained by the organ involved, for henceforward, and in later years too, the bowel behaves like an organ that has been hysterically affected. The unconscious, repressed homosexuality withdraws into the bowel. It was this particular bit of hysteria that served us so well when it came to resolving the patient's later illness. Now we should steel ourselves to tackle the still more complicated circumstances of the obsessive-compulsive neurosis. Let us examine the situation once again: a dominant masochistic sexual current and a repressed homosexual one, opposed to an I that is caught up in hysterical refusal. What processes could transform this state into one of obsessive-compulsive neurosis? The transformation is not the spontaneous result of internal developments, but arises from an external, alien influence. Its visible outcome is that the boy's relationship to his father, still very much to the fore, and expressed up until then through the wolf phobia, now finds expression in compulsive piety. I cannot let this opportunity pass without pointing out that the process that our patient undergoes provides unambiguous confirmation of a claim I put forward in Totem and Taboo concerning the relationship of the totemic animal to the deity. Point 2. There I concluded that the idea of God does not develop out of the totem but arises independently from common roots to supersede it. The totem is the first father substitute, the God a later one in which the father regains human form. We find the same thing in our patient's case. He goes through the stage of the totemic father substitute, as represented by the wolf phobia, which is then broken off and, after a new relationship has been forged between the boy and his father, is replaced by a phase of religious piety. The influence behind this transformation is his acquaintance with religious doctrine and sacred history, arranged by his mother. The result is exactly the one that education aspires to. The sadomasochistic mode of sexual organization draws gradually to a close, the wolf phobia quickly disappears, and in the place of his frightened rejection of sexuality we find a higher form of sexual suppression. Piety becomes the dominant power in the child's life. These efforts of will are not achieved without a struggle, however. Its signs are the appearance of blasphemous thoughts and its consequence the onset of a compulsive exaggeration of religious ritual. Leaving aside these pathological phenomena, we can say that, in this case, religion has achieved everything it is employed to do in the education of the individual. It has curbed his sexual aspirations by offering sublimation and a safe anchor, and undermined his family relationships, thus preventing the isolation that threatens him by giving him access to the wider human community. The unruly, apprehensive child has become socially conscious, civilized, and educable. The principal driving force behind the religious influence was his identification with the figure of Christ, which readily suggested itself given the coincidence of his date of birth. The excessive love for his father that had made repression necessary could finally be channeled into an ideal sublimation. It was possible as Christ to love the Father, now called God, with an intensity that he had striven in vain to vent on his own earthly father. The ways in which this love could be attested were clearly indicated by religion, and no guilt adhered to them, whereas there was no way of separating guilt from the erotic aspirations of the individual. While the patient's deepest sexual current, already laid down as unconscious homosexuality, could still be drained off in this way, his more superficial masochistic aspirations lost very little in finding a sublimation without parallel in the passion of Christ, who had allowed himself to be mistreated and sacrificed on behalf of the Divine Father and to his greater glory. And so religion did its work in this boy who had gone off the rails, through the mixture of satisfaction, sublimation, diversion from sensual processes to purely spiritual ones, and the opening up of social relationships which it offers the believer. His initial reluctance to accept religion was derived from three different sources. First, it was simply his way to ward off anything new. We have already seen a number of examples of this. Once he had taken up a given libido position, he would defend it every time against the new one he was to occupy, fearful of what he would lose in giving it up and mistrusting the likelihood of finding a fully satisfactory substitute. This is an important and fundamental psychological particularity, which I put forward in 3 essays on the theory of sexuality as the capacity to become fixed. Referring to it as psychic lassitude, Jung sees it as the principal cause of all neurotic failure. I believe he is wrong to do so, for it is more far-reaching than this and has a significant part to play even in the lives of those untouched by neurosis. The fluidity or viscosity of libidinal energy charges, and of other types as well, is a particular characteristic found in many normal individuals and not even in all those of a neurotic disposition, and up until now no connection has been made between it and anything else, as if it were a prime number which cannot be divided any further. We know only one thing: the mobility of psychic charges is a property which dwindles noticeably with age. This provides us with one of the indicators for the limits of psychoanalytic influence. There are people, however, whose psychic plasticity is maintained far beyond the usual limits of age, and others who lose it very early on. If these are neurotic individuals, then we discover to our discomfort that in their case, under what are apparently the same conditions, it is impossible to reverse changes that can readily be controlled in others. In examining conversion in psychic processes, we must therefore give consideration to the concept of an entropy, which is in proportional opposition to the undoing of what has already taken place. A second target was provided by the fact that there is no single, clear relationship to God the Father underlying religious doctrine. On the contrary, it is shot through with signs of the ambivalent attitude that prevailed at its inception. His own highly developed ambivalence enabled him to sniff this out and use it as a starting point for the penetrating criticism that so astonished us in a 4-year-old child. Most significant of all, however, was undoubtedly a third factor to which we may ascribe the pathological effects of his battle against religion. The current of energy pressing him towards manhood, for which religion was to provide a form of sublimation, was no longer free, as part of it had been separated off by the process of repression and thus eluded sublimation, remaining bound to its original sexual objective. On the strength of their connection, the repressed part strove either to break through to the sublimated part or else to drag it down to its own level. Those first brooding thoughts circling around the person of Christ already contained the question as to whether this sublime Son could also fulfill the sexual relationship to his Father that the patient had retained in his unconscious. Repudiation of this endeavor resulted only in the emergence of apparently blasphemous compulsive thoughts in which physical tenderness for God continued to assert itself in a form intended to demean him. A violent struggle ab Wehrkamp to parry these compromise formations led inevitably to compulsive exaggeration of all those activities in which piety and the pure love of God found expression through the prescribed channels. The victory eventually fell to religion, but the way in which it was rooted in the drives proved incomparably stronger than the durability of what was produced by sublimation. As soon as life provided a new father substitute whose influence was directed against religion, it was dropped and replaced by other things. We should also bear in mind the interesting complication that piety came about under the influence of women, mother and nurse, whereas masculine influence liberated him from it. The fact that obsessive-compulsive neurosis came about at the anal sadistic stage of sexual organization on the whole confirms the views presented elsewhere in Die Disposition zur Zwangsneurose, the disposition to obsessional neurosis, 1913. However, the pre-existence of a powerful state of hysteria makes the case more obscure in that respect. I shall conclude my survey of our patient's sexual development by highlighting the transformations it underwent in later life. In puberty, the strongly sensual male current that we refer to as normal made its appearance, its sexual objective that of the genital mode of organization, and its vicissitudes fill up the time until his later episode of illness. It was directly connected with the Gruska scene and derived from it the character of a compulsive infatuation, coming and going like an attack. It also had to struggle with the inhibitions created by the residue of the infantile neurosis. Violent breakthrough to the female meant that he finally won his full masculinity. From now on he held fast to this sexual object, but its possession brought him little joy, for a strong and now completely unconscious inclination towards the male, the sum of all the energies generated in earlier phases, was constantly drawing him away from a female object, obliging him to exaggerate his dependence on women in the interstices. His complaint in therapy was that he could not endure being with women, and all our work was directed towards the task of uncovering his unconscious relationship to the male. We could say, in a formulaic way, that the hallmark of his childhood was vacillation between the active and the passive, that of puberty the struggle for manhood, and that of the period following his illness, the fight for the object of male aspirations. The cause of his illness does not come into any of the categories of neurotic illness that I might refer to collectively as special cases of refusal Viragun 3, and so draws our attention to a gap in the series. He broke down when an organic infection of the genitals reawakened his fear of castration, damaged his narcissism and forced him to put away any expectation that fate had a personal preference for him. The cause of his illness was thus a narcissistic refusal. His excessively strong narcissism was in complete accord with the other indications of inhibited sexual development, with the fact that his choice of heterosexuality, however energetic, was the focus for so few of his psychic aspirations, and also that the homosexual attitude, which is so much closer to narcissism, asserted its unconscious power over him with such tenacity. In the face of such disorders, psychoanalytic therapy obviously cannot bring about an instantaneous change of direction nor parity with normal development. It can only remove obstacles and clear the path so that life's influences can opt for better directions in which to push through the individual's development. Let me list those peculiarities of his psyche that were uncovered in psychoanalytic therapy but on which it was not possible to throw further light nor exert any direct influence: the tenacity with which his energies became fixed, as already discussed, the extraordinary extent to which his tendency to ambivalence had been developed, and, a third feature of what we might term an archaic constitution, his ability to maintain a wide variety of violently conflicting libidinal charges, all potentially functioning alongside one another. His constant wavering between them, which for a long time seemed to exclude the possibility of settlement and progress, dominated the profile of his later illness, which we have touched on only briefly here. There is no doubt that this was a character trait of the unconscious, carried over into processes that had become conscious. It was only apparent, however, in the results of emotional affective impulses, whereas in matters of pure logic he demonstrated particular skill in detecting contradictions and inconsistencies. The impression left by his inner life was rather like that of the ancient Egyptian religion, which is inconceivable to us because it conserves all the developmental stages alongside the end products, keeping the oldest deities and what they signified as well as the most recent, spreading them out two-dimensionally where other developing cultures create a three-dimensional image. This concludes what I wished to say about this case. Only two of the numerous problems to which it gives rise seem to me to deserve particular emphasis. The first concerns those phylogenetically transmitted patterns that, like philosophical categories, enable us to accommodate our impressions of life. I should like to suggest that they are the precipitates of human cultural history. The Oedipus complex, a complete account of the child's relationship to his parents, is one example, indeed the best known. When experiences cannot be fitted into this hereditary schema, they are reworked in the imagination, work that it would undoubtedly be profitable to examine in detail. For it is precisely these cases that are best suited to demonstrate the independent existence of the schema. We are often in a position to note how the schema takes precedence over individual experience, as for example in our case when the father becomes the castrator who threatens childhood sexuality, despite the fact that the Oedipus complex is reversed in every other respect. Another effect of this is seen when the children's nurse takes the place of the mother or the two become merged. The way in which experience contradicts the schema supplies the conflicts of infancy with a wealth of material. The second problem is not far removed from the first, but its significance is far greater. If we consider the way in which the 4-year-old child responds to the reactivated primal scene 4, indeed, we have only to think of the far simpler reactions of the 18-month-old child to the original experience, it is difficult to dismiss the notion that some kind of knowledge that resists definition, a sort of preparation for understanding, is at work in the child. 5 What this might consist in defies the imagination. The only analogy available to us is the excellent analogy with the largely instinctive knowledge found in animals. If human beings were also in possession of instinctive knowledge of this kind, it would hardly be surprising if it were directed in particular towards the processes of sexuality, although it cannot possibly be restricted to these alone. This instinctive knowledge would form the core of the unconscious, a primitive intellectual activity later dethroned by human reason when this is acquired and overlaid by it, but often, perhaps always, retaining the strength to drag higher inner processes down to its own level. Repression would be the return to this instinctive stage. In this way man would pay for his splendid new acquisition with the capacity for neurosis, while the possibility of neurosis would testify to the existence of the earlier, preliminary stage, instinctive in nature. The significance of early childhood traumas would then lie in the fact that they supply this unconscious part of the psyche with material that prevents it from being sapped by the subsequent process of development. I know that similar thoughts have been expressed in various quarters, emphasizing the hereditary, phylogenetically acquired factor in the individual's inner life. Indeed, I think we are all too ready to make room for them in our psychoanalytic evaluations. It seems to me that they are only admissible when psychoanalysis correctly observes the prescribed stages, and only starts looking for traces of what has been inherited once it has penetrated the layers of what has been acquired by the individual. 6. 1918-1914. Some character types encountered in psychoanalytic work. When the physician undertakes the psychoanalytic treatment of someone suffering from a nervous disorder, there is no sense in which his interest is engaged first and foremost by his patient's character. He is far more interested in the meaning of his symptoms, in the involuntary impulses Trebregen they conceal and satisfy, and in the stations passed by on the mysterious road of suffering leading from those particular involuntary wishes to those particular symptoms. The techniques that he must employ, however, quickly oblige the physician to direct his thirst for knowledge towards other objects in the first instance. He observes that his investigation is threatened by resistances with which the patient counters his efforts and may attribute such resistances to his patient's character. Character now has the first claim on his interest. The traits of character that resist the physician's endeavors are not always those which the patient acknowledges and which those around him would attribute to him. Often the patient's characteristic features reveal themselves intensified to an unimaginable degree when he appeared to possess them only in moderation, or else attitudes become apparent that he had not betrayed in other relationships in his life. The remainder of my essay will be devoted to describing some of these surprising traits of character and suggesting where we might trace them back to. Exceptions. In psychoanalytic work one is repeatedly confronted with the task of persuading the patient to renounce a pleasurable gain which is close at hand and directly achievable. He is not asked to renounce pleasure altogether, perhaps no one can be expected to do this, and even religion has to justify its demand that a man should bid farewell to earthly pleasure by promising him more commendable pleasures in incomparably greater measure in some world beyond this one. No, the patient is merely asked to renounce such satisfactions as are invariably followed by some form of damage. He is asked to do without temporarily, to learn to exchange the immediate pleasurable gain for one that is better safeguarded, even if deferred. In other words, he is to learn, under his physician's direction, to progress from the pleasure principle to the reality principle, progress which distinguishes the mature adult from the child. In this work of education we can hardly say that the superior understanding of the physician plays any crucial role. As a rule he is able to tell the patient nothing that his own understanding cannot tell him. But knowing something intuitively is not the same thing as being told it by someone else. The physician assumes the role of an effective other. He makes use of the influence that one human being can have over another. Or, let us remember that it is customary in psychoanalysis to implant something original and strongly rooted in the place of something derivative or modified, and let us say that in his work of education the physician uses some of the components of love. In this resumption of his education he is probably only repeating a process made possible in the first place by the patient's original upbringing. Next to dire necessity, love is the great educatrix, and the unfinished person is induced by the love of those closest to him to respect the commandments of necessity and to spare himself the punishments meted out for transgression. When one demands of a patient the temporary renunciation of satisfaction with regard to some pleasure, a sacrifice, a willingness to accept suffering for a time for the sake of a better end, or even just the decision to submit to some necessity standing for all necessities, one sometimes encounters individuals who have a particular motivation for struggling against this expectation. They say that they have suffered, gone without for long enough, that they have a right to be spared any further demands and will no longer submit to some unpleasant necessity, for they are exceptions and they intend to stay that way. In one such patient this claim had developed into a conviction that a particular providence was watching over him and would protect him from painful sacrifices of this kind. The physician's arguments have no force against inner certainties so forcefully expressed, yet initially his influence falters as well and he has no choice but to seek out the sources which feed this damaging prejudice. Now, it is undoubtedly true that everyone would like to consider themselves an exception and claim prerogatives that do not apply to other people. For this very reason, however, it is necessary for an individual to produce a special justification, one not available to everyone, if he announces himself to be a genuine exception and behaves accordingly. There may be more than one such justification, but in the cases I have investigated it was possible to prove that they had one characteristic in common, namely the fate that had befallen them early in life. Their neurosis was connected with something they had experienced or suffered in their very earliest years, of which they knew themselves to be innocent and which in their judgment put them at an unfair disadvantage. The privileges that they assumed as a result of this injustice and the obstreperousness resulting from it had contributed in no small part to the aggravation of conflicts that later led to the outbreak of neurosis. The attitude to life outlined here was made complete in the case of one such patient when she learned that a painful organic complaint that had prevented her from realizing her life's aims was congenital in origin. As long as she considered this complaint to be something she had acquired in later life, by chance, she bore it patiently, but once it had been explained to her that it was something she had inherited she became rebellious. The young man who believed that a special providence watched over him had been the victim of a chance infection by his nurse in infancy and had consumed the whole of his later life in demands for compensation, for accident benefit, so to speak, without the slightest idea as to what his claims were based on. In his case the analysis, which reconstructed the state of affairs on the basis of faint remnants of memory Erinnerungsressen and the interpretation of symptoms, received objective confirmation through statements made by his family. For reasons that will readily be understood I am unable to communicate any further details of these and other case histories. Neither shall I comment on the obvious analogy with the deformation of character brought about by long susceptibility to illness in childhood, nor the behavior of whole peoples whose past is heavy with suffering. I shall not pass up the opportunity, on the other hand, to refer to that figure created by the greatest of poets, in whose character the claim to be an exception is so intimately linked to and motivated by congenital disadvantage. In the opening monologue of Shakespeare's Richard III, the Duke of Gloucester, who later becomes king, says, "But I, that am not shapped for sportive tricks, nor made to court an amorous looking glass. I, that am rudely stamped, and want love's majesty, to strut before a wanton ambling nymph. I, that am curtailed of this fair proportion, cheated of feature by dissembling nature, deformed, unfinished, sent before my time, into this breathing world scarce half made up, and that so lamely and unfashionable, that dogs bark at me, as I halt by them. And therefore, since I cannot prove a lover, to entertain these fair well-spoken days, I am determined to prove a villain, and hate the idle pleasures of these days. 1. On first impression we may fail to notice any connection between this programmatic speech and our chosen theme. Richard appears to be saying nothing more than, this idle age bores me, and I wish to amuse myself. However, because I am misshapen and cannot therefore sport as a lover, I shall play the villain, pursue intrigues, commit murder and do whatever takes my fancy. Such frivolity of motivation would stifle any trace of sympathetic interest in the spectator if there were nothing more serious hidden behind it. But then the play would also be a psychological impossibility, for the poet must know how to create a secret background of sympathy for his hero if we are to feel admiration for his audacity and skill without experiencing an inner contradiction, and such sympathy can only be rooted in understanding, by which I mean our sense that there is something inside us that we perhaps share with him. For this reason, I think, Richard's monologue does not say everything, he merely drops hints and leaves it up to us to follow up those hints. If we undertake this work of completion, the appearance of frivolity disappears and Richard's bitterness, the detail in which he describes his misshapen form, come into their own, so that we see what it is we have in common that compels us to feel sympathy even for this villain. What he is saying is, nature has committed a grave injustice in denying me the comeliness of form that wins the love of others. Life owes me some compensation and I shall have it. I can claim to be an exception, disregarding the moral scruples which deter others. I can commit injustices because an injustice has been done to me, and now we feel that we ourselves could become like Richard, indeed, that on a small scale we already are like him. Richard is a gigantic enlargement of this single aspect which we can find in ourselves, too. We all believe that we have good reason to rail at nature and fate for the disadvantages meted out to us in infancy. At birth, we all demand compensation for early offenses committed against our narcissism, our self-love. Why did nature not give us Balder's golden locks or Siegfried's strength, the high brow of the genius or the aristocrat's noble profile? Why were we born in a parlor and not in a king's palace? We should succeed just as well in being handsome and refined as all those whom we envy for these qualities. It is the poet's art, however, and an economic subtlety, that he does not make his hero express all the secrets of his motivation out loud, leaving nothing to our imagination. In this way he obliges us to supply them ourselves, providing occupation for our intellectual activity, diverting us from critical thought and holding us fast in our identification with his hero. In his place an amateur would give conscious expression to everything he wished to express and then find himself face to face with our cool intelligence in all its freedom of movement, thus making it quite impossible to deepen the illusion any further. Let us not leave the exceptions behind, however, without giving some thought to the fact that a woman's claim to privilege and liberation from so many of life's compulsions has the same basis. As we know from psychoanalytic work, women regard themselves as having been damaged in infancy, shortened by a length and reduced in value without having done anything to deserve it, and many a daughter's feelings of bitterness towards her mother are rooted in the reproach that she was brought into the world a woman and not a man. Note. 1 Translator's note, all quotations from Shakespeare follow the Arden editions. 2. Those who founder on success. Psychoanalytic work has bestowed on us the following dictum: people succumb to neurotic illness as a consequence of refusal viragum. What is meant is the refusal to satisfy their libidinal desires, and something of a detour is required before we can understand this statement. For it is necessary to the development of neurosis that there should be a conflict between an individual's libidinal wishes and that part of his being that we call the Ich, which is the expression of his drive to self-preservation Selbsterhaltungstrieb and which encompasses his ideal sense of his own being. Pathogenic conflict arises only if the libido seeks to throw itself into the pursuit of paths and goals long since overcome and proscribed by the I, thus also prohibited for all future time, so that the libido only does this when it is deprived of the possibility of an ideal satisfaction, acceptable to the Ich-Gerecht. In this way deprivation, the refusal of a real satisfaction, becomes the first condition for the development of neurosis, even if by no means the only one. It is all the more surprising, confusing indeed, when as a physician one discovers that on occasion individuals fall ill just at the time when a deep-seated, long-cherished wish is about to be fulfilled. It would then appear that they cannot bear their good fortune, for there is no doubt as to the causal connection between success and illness. In this way I had the opportunity to gain some insight into the fate of a woman whom I shall describe here as a perfect example of such a tragic turn of affairs. Well-bred and of a good family, she was unable to curb her lust for life and at a very young age broke free of the parental home and took off in search of adventure. At length she made the acquaintance of an artist who was not only able to appreciate her feminine charms, but also to sense the disposition to refinement in this disgraced young woman. He took her in and found in her his faithful life's companion. She seemed only to want rehabilitation in good society in order to be entirely happy. After they had lived together for a number of years he succeeded in persuading his family to accept her and was now ready to make her his wife in the eyes of the law. At that very moment the process of refusal began to assert itself in her. She neglected the house whose rightful mistress she was about to become, believed herself to be persecuted by the relatives who hoped to take her into their family, denied her husband all social intercourse out of absurd jealousy, thwarted him in his artistic endeavors, and soon succumbed to incurable psychological illness. Observation of another patient revealed a highly respectable man, himself an academic teacher, who for many years had nurtured the understandable desire to succeed in office the master who had himself initiated him into that branch of learning. When, after the old man's retirement, his colleagues informed him that none other than he himself had been selected as successor, he started to lose heart, disparaged his own credentials, declared himself unworthy to fill the intended position, and fell into a state of melancholy that excluded him from all activity for a number of years. However different these cases may be in other respects, what they have in common is the way in which illness follows immediately after the fulfillment of a wish and destroys any enjoyment of it. The contradiction between such evidence and the dictum that it is refusal that causes people to fall ill is not an insoluble one. It can be resolved by making a distinction between refusal from the outside and refusal from within. When in reality the object is removed that provides satisfaction for the libido, this is a refusal from the outside. It is without consequence in itself, not yet pathogenic, unless it is reinforced by a refusal from within. This must come from the I and disputes the right of the libido to other objects that it attempts to take for itself. Only then does conflict arise, together with the possibility of neurotic illness, i.e. of a substitute satisfaction achieved by making a detour around the repressed unconscious. Refusal from within thus comes into consideration in all cases, but it only becomes effective once the situation has been prepared for it by real refusal from the outside. In those exceptional cases where individuals fall ill on achieving success, refusal from within was enough in itself, only emerging, indeed, after refusal from the outside has given way to wish fulfillment. At first sight there is something remarkable about this, but on closer consideration we recall that it is not at all unusual for the I to tolerate a wish and consider it harmless as long as it exists only as a fantasy, unlikely to be fulfilled, whereas it will be fierce in its own defense as soon as the wish appears to be close to fulfillment and threatens to become a reality. The difference between this and familiar situations of neurosis formation lies only in the fact that it is normally inner intensification of libido charge libidobsetzen that turns a fantasy that has been disregarded and tolerated into a dreaded opponent, whereas in these particular cases the signal for the outbreak of conflict is given by a real external transformation. Analytic work readily demonstrates that it is the power of conscience that forbids the individual to enjoy the benefits of this long-hoped-for turn for the better in the circumstances of his life. It is a difficult task, however, to ascertain the nature and origin of these inclinations to judge and punish, which often surprise us with their existence where we had not expected to find them. I shall discuss what we know of them or suspect to be true by drawing not on cases which I have observed as a physician, for reasons that will be familiar, but on figures created by the great poets out of their rich understanding of the human soul. One character who caves in once she has achieved the success that she has fought for with energetic singleness of purpose is Shakespeare's Lady Macbeth. There has previously been no hesitation in her, no sign of inner struggle, no aspiration to anything except overcoming the scruples of her husband, who is ambitious and yet inclined to mildness. She is prepared to sacrifice even her womanliness to her murderous intentions, without considering what a crucial role that womanliness must play once it comes to defending the position achieved by criminal means, the goal of her ambition. Act I, Scene 5. Come, you spirits that tend on mortal thoughts, unsex me here. Come to my woman's breasts, and take my milk for gall, you mirth-ring ministers. Act I, Scene 7. I have given suck, and know how tender 'tis to love the babe that milks me. I would, while it was smiling in my face, have plucked my nipple from his boneless gums, and dashed the brains out, had I so sworn. As you have done to this. A single stirring of resistance seizes her before the deed is performed. Act 2, Scene 2. Had he not resembled my father as he slept, I had done tea. Now that the murder of Duncan has made her queen, there is a fleeting intimation of something like disappointment, surfeit. We do not know where it has come from. Act 3, Scene 2. Knots had, all's spent. Where our desire is got without content. 'Tis safer to be that which we destroy, than by destruction dwell in doubtful joy. And yet she endures. In the banquet scene which follows, she alone keeps her head, covering up her husband's confusion, finding a pretext for dismissing the guests. And then she disappears from sight. When we see her again, in Act V, Scene 1, it is as a sleepwalker, obsessed by the impressions of that night of murder. She is talking her husband into his courage as she did then, fie, my lord, fie, a soldier, and a feared. What need we fear who knows it, when none can call our power to accompt? She hears the knocking at the door that terrified her husband after the deed. At the same time, however, she endeavors to undo what cannot be undone. She washes the hands that are stained with blood, which smell of blood, and is conscious of the futility of her endeavors. The woman who apparently felt no remorse has apparently been prostrated by remorse. At her death, Macbeth, who has meanwhile become as unyielding as she showed herself to be in the beginning, can find only a brief epilogue for her. Act V, Scene 5. She should have died hereafter. There would have been a time for such a word. And now we ask ourselves what it was that broke this character who appeared to have been forged in the hardest of metals. Was it merely the loss of illusion, the other face that we see once the deed has been done? Must we conclude, looking back, that in Lady Macbeth, too, an inner life Seelenleben originally soft and of womanly mildness had worked itself up to a concentration and extremity of tension that simply could not be sustained, or can we look for some sign that would supply a more profound motivation for her collapse and bring it closer to us in human terms? I believe it is impossible to judge. Shakespeare's Macbeth is an occasional play written for the accession of King James, formerly King of Scotland. The material was already in existence and had been treated simultaneously by other writers, whose work Shakespeare had probably drawn on, as he generally did. It offered remarkable parallels with the present situation. The Virgin Queen Elizabeth, of whom it was said that she would never have been able to bear a child, who had once described herself with an exclamation of pain, on hearing the news of James's birth, as a barren branch one had been obliged by that very childlessness to name as her successor the Scottish king. He, however, was the son of that Mary whose execution she had ordered, albeit unwillingly, and who, despite the way in which political considerations had clouded the affair, was still a blood relation and could have been described as the recipient of her hospitality. The accession of James I was like a demonstration of the curse of barrenness and the blessings of continuing generation. And the development we see in Shakespeare's Macbeth hinges on that very opposition. The faithful sisters have promised Macbeth that he will become king, but to Banquo they promise that his sons will inherit the crown. Macbeth rebels against this pronouncement of fate, for he is not content with the satisfaction of his own ambition, but wants to found a dynasty. He does not want to have committed murder only in order to benefit others. We overlook this point if we see Shakespeare's play simply as a tragedy of ambition. Since Macbeth himself cannot live forever, it is clear that there is only one way in which he can refute that part of the prophecy which goes against him, namely by having children himself, children who can then succeed him. He appears to expect this, moreover, of his powerful wife. Act I, Scene 7. Bring forth men children only. For thy undaunted mettle should compose nothing but males. And it is equally clear that, if he is disappointed in this expectation, he must submit to fate, or else his actions lose their objective and purpose and are transformed into the blind rage of a man whose doom is sealed, but who will first destroy everything within his grasp. We see that Macbeth undergoes this development, and at the height of the tragedy we find that devastating exclamation, whose ambiguity has so often been recognized, which perhaps contains the key to his transformation. Act 4, Scene 3. He has no children. Of course this means, Only because he is childless himself was he able to murder my children, but there could be more to it. Above all, it might reveal the most profound motive that not only forces Macbeth so far beyond the bounds of his own nature but also touches the only weak place in the character of his hard-hearted wife. If we stand on the summit marked by these words of Macduff's and look around us, however, we see that the whole play is strewn with references to the father-children relationship. Gracious Duncan's death is little other than patricide. In Banquo's case Macbeth kills the father while the son escapes, with Macduff he kills the children because the father has fled. The fateful sisters conjure up for him the vision of a bloody child with a crown on its head. The armed head that appears before this is surely Macbeth himself. In the background, however, there rises up the somber figure of the avenger Macduff, who is himself an exception to the rules of generation, since he was not born from his mother's body but cut out of it. It would, then, be entirely in accordance with poetic justice, which is founded on the principle of Talion law, if Macbeth's childlessness and his lady's infertility were the punishment for their crimes against the sacredness of generation, if Macbeth were unable to become a father because he had robbed a father of his children and children of their father, and if Lady Macbeth had in this way been unsexed as she had implored the Mirthring ministers. I believe that Lady Macbeth's illness and the transformation of her depravity into remorse would then be entirely understandable as a reaction to her childlessness, which convinces her of her impotence in the face of the laws of nature and at the same time reminds her that she has been deprived by her own fault of the better part of the profit from her crime. In Holinshed's Chronicles, 1577, from which Shakespeare drew the material for Macbeth, Lady Macbeth is mentioned only once, as an ambitious woman who goads her husband into murder so that she herself may become queen. We are told nothing of the fate that awaits her nor of any development in her character. On the other hand, it appears that the motivation for Macbeth's transformation into a bloody brute was very much along the lines we have just suggested. For in Holinshed 10 years elapse between the murder of Duncan, which makes Macbeth king, and his later misdeeds, 10 years in which he proves himself to be a strict but just ruler. Only after this interval does the change in him occur, influenced by the tormenting fear that the prophecy made to Banquo might be fulfilled just as that of his own destiny had been. It is only now that he has Banquo killed and then finds himself swept along from one crime to the next, as he is in Shakespeare. Holinshed does not say explicitly that it is his childlessness that forces him along this path either, but there is time and space enough for this to be the obvious motivation. This is not the case in Shakespeare. The events of the tragedy flash past us with breathtaking speed, so that it is possible to calculate, from the evidence of characters in the play, that it is something like 1 week in duration. 2 This acceleration deprives our attempts to reconstruct the motivation for the dramatic change in the characters of Macbeth and Lady Macbeth of all foundation. There is no time for the repeated dashing of their hopes for children to wear down the woman and drive the man into a defiant frenzy, and the contradiction remains that, while so many subtle connections within the play and between the play and the occasion of its writing all appear to coincide in the motif of childlessness, the temporal economy of the tragedy explicitly rejects any development of character proceeding from motives other than the most internal. In my opinion, it is impossible to guess, however, what these motives might be that in so short a time turn a timid man of ambition into an uninhibited brute and a steely instigator of crime into a sick woman crushed by the weight of her remorse. I think we must abandon the possibility of penetrating the triple layer of obscurity into which the poor state of preservation of the text, the unknown intentions of the poet and the mysterious meaning of the saga have settled. Neither am I prepared to accept the objection that such investigations are pointless in the face of the magnificent effect which the tragedy has on the spectator. It is true that the poet can overwhelm us by his art during the performance and paralyze thought, but he cannot prevent us from attempting subsequently to understand that effect from the point of view of its psychological mechanism. Nor does it seem appropriate to observe that the poet is free to condense the natural time taken by the sequence of events at whim, if by sacrificing vulgar probability he can achieve an intensification of the dramatic effect. For such a sacrifice may be justified when it disturbs only our sense of what is probable but not when it dissolves causal connections, and it would hardly be detrimental to the dramatic effect if the passage of time were left vague, instead of being explicitly restricted by remarks in the text to a few days. I am so reluctant to abandon a problem such as that posed by Macbeth on grounds of insolubility that I shall venture to introduce an observation that may show us a new way out. In a recent study of Shakespeare, Ludwig Jekyll believes that he has identified an element of the poet's technique that might also be relevant to Macbeth. In his view, Shakespeare often divides a character into two people, each of whom appears totally incomprehensible until put back together again as a single unit. This could be the case with Macbeth and Lady Macbeth, too. If so, it would of course be pointless to attempt to see her as a separate personality and seek a motive for her transformation without taking into account the figure of Macbeth, who completes her. I shall not pursue this trail any further, but shall merely refer the reader to an aspect which appears conspicuously to support this interpretation, namely that the seeds of fear which burst open in Macbeth on the night of the murder mature not in him but in Lady Macbeth, for it is he who suffers hallucinations about the dagger before the deed is done, but it is she who later falls prey to mental breakdown, he who after the murder hears voices crying in the house, "Sleep no more. Glamis hath murdered sleep, and therefore Cawdor / shall sleep no more." 5 But we hear nothing to the effect that King Macbeth can no longer sleep, whereas we see the Queen getting up out of her sleep and betraying her guilt in sleepwalking. It is he who stands there helplessly with bloody hands lamenting that all great Neptune's ocean will not wash the blood clean from his hand. At the time she comforts him, "A little water clears us of this deed," but later it is she who washes her hands for a quarter of an hour at a time but cannot remove the stains left by the blood. All the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand. Act V, Scene 1. And so the thing that he fears in his agony of conscience is fulfilled in her. She embodies remorse after the deed, he defiance. Together they exhaust the possibilities of reaction to crime, like two disunited parts of a single psychic entity and perhaps two attempts to portray a single likeness. If we have been unable to answer the question as to why, in Lady Macbeth's case, her health breaks down in the aftermath of success, perhaps we have a better prospect of doing so with regard to the creation of another great dramatist who enjoys engaging with the task of psychological explanation with unrelenting strictness. Rebecca Gambick, a midwife's daughter, has been brought up as a freethinker by her adoptive father Drive West, taught to despise the way in which a morality based on religious faith seeks to fetter our desires. After the doctor's death she arranges accommodation for herself on Rosmersholm, the ancestral seat of an ancient family whose members do not know how to laugh and who have sacrificed joy to the rigid fulfillment of duty. On Rosmersholm there live the pastor Johannes Rosmer and his sickly, childless wife Beat. Seized with a wild uncontrollable craving for the love of this aristocrat, Rebecca decides to do away with his wife, who is standing in her way, and to this end uses her courageous, freeborn will which no considerations can inhibit. 6 She arranges for a medical textbook to fall into her hands which claims that procreation is the sole purpose of marriage, so that the poor woman loses her faith in the rightfulness of her marriage. She allows her to suspect that Rosmer, whose reading and thinking she shares, is about to cast off his old faith and join the party of enlightenment, and after she has shaken the wife's faith in her husband's moral reliability she gives her to understand that she, Rebecca, will soon be leaving the house in order to conceal the consequences of an illegal association with Rosmer. Her criminal plan is successful. The poor woman, who is already considered melancholic and of unsound mind, throws herself off the bridge into the mill stream, convinced of her own lack of worth and not wishing to stand in the way of her beloved husband's happiness. Rebecca and Rosmer have now lived alone on Rosmersholm for years in a relationship that he chooses to regard as a purely spiritual, ideal friendship. However, as the first shadows of malicious rumor fall on their relationship at the same time as Rosmer begins to feel tormenting doubts as to his wife's motives in seeking death, he asks Rebecca to become his second wife in order to confront the sad past with a new living reality. Act 2. After a brief moment of jubilation at his proposal she declares in the very next breath that it is impossible, and that if he presses her she will go the way that Beat went. Rosmer cannot understand her refusal, but it is all the more incomprehensible to us, since we know more about Rebecca's actions and intentions. We can be in no doubt, however, that she means the no that she has given him. How could it have come about that this adventuress with her courageous, free-born will, who has recklessly fought her way through to the realization of her desires, will not reach out and pluck the fruit of success now that it has been offered? She provides the explanation herself in Act 4, that is the terrible thing, now that I am being freely offered all the happiness in the world, I have become a woman whose own past bars the way to happiness. She has become another woman in the meantime, then, her conscience has been awakened, she has acquired a consciousness of guilt that denies her any pleasure. And what is it that has awakened her conscience? Let us listen to what she says and then ask ourselves if we can entirely believe her. It is the way that the Rosmers look at things, or at least the way you look at things, that has infected my will, and made it sick. Subjugated me to laws that previously had no force for me. Living together with you, do you know, it has ennobled my mind. We must assume that this influence has only made itself felt since she has been able to live alone with Rosmer, in quietude, in solitude, when you told me your thoughts without keeping anything back, every single mood as soft and as delicate as they were to you, that was when the great transformation started to happen. Shortly before this she had been lamenting the other side of this transformation, because Rosmersholm has taken away my strength, because it has paralyzed my courageous will. And ruined it. The time is past when I could dare anything and everything. I have lost the energy to act, Rosmer. Rebecca offers this explanation after she has freely confessed her criminal actions to Rosmer and Kroll, the brother of the woman she has removed. With masterly subtlety Ibsen establishes by the use of tiny details that this woman Rebecca does not lie but is also never entirely honest. Just as, despite her freedom from prejudice, she takes a year off her age, so her confession to the two men is incomplete and has to be supplemented on a number of essential points as a result of Kroll's insistent questioning. We too are free to assume that the explanation for her renunciation reveals one thing only in order to conceal another. We have no reason, certainly, to mistrust the statement that the air on Rosmersholm and Rosmer's company have had both an ennobling and a paralyzing effect on her. She is expressing what she knows and feels. But that need not have been all that was taking place inside her, nor should she necessarily have been able to account to herself for everything. Rosmer's influence might just have been masking another influence, and one remarkable feature of the play points in this direction. Even after her confession, in the final exchange that brings the play to its close, Rosmer asks her once again to be his wife. He forgives her for the evil she did out of love for him. And now she does not reply, as she should, that no forgiveness can take away the feelings of guilt caused by her malicious deception of poor Beat, but burdens herself with a different reproach, which sounds strange to us coming from a freethinker and cannot be thought to merit the importance which Rebecca attributes to it. Alas, my friend, never mention it again. It is an impossibility. For you must know, Rosmer, that I have a past. She is indicating, of course, that she has had sexual relations with another man, and we note that these relations, which occurred at a time when she was free and not responsible to anyone, appear to her to constitute a greater barrier to union with Rosmer than her truly criminal behavior towards his wife. Rosmer declines to hear a word about this past. We can guess at it, although everything that points towards it in the play remains subterranean, so to speak, and has to be inferred from veiled references. References that are woven so artfully into the play that it is admittedly impossible to misunderstand them. Between the first occasion when Rebecca refuses Rosmer and her confession, something happens that is of decisive significance for the turn taken by events. Kroll, the headmaster, pays her a visit, intending to humiliate her by telling her he knows that she is illegitimate, the daughter of that drive west who adopted her after her mother's death. His intuition has been sharpened by hatred, but he does not think he is telling her anything new. Indeed, I thought you knew all about it. Otherwise it would have been remarkably odd to have allowed yourself to be adopted by Drive West. And then he takes you in, immediately after your mother's death. He treats you harshly. And yet you stay with him. You know that he will not leave you a penny. And indeed, all you got was a case of books. And yet you endure living with him. Take care of him right to the end. What you did for him I take to be a daughter's natural instinct. Everything else about you I take to be the natural result of your parentage. But Kroll was in error. Rebecca knew nothing of the fact that she was supposed to be Drive West's daughter. When Kroll started up with his obscure allusions to her past, she was assuming that he meant something else. Once she has grasped what he is getting at, she is able to maintain her composure a little longer because she is able to believe that her enemy is basing his calculations on the age she gave him on a previous visit, which was wrong. Once Kroll has refuted her objection with the triumphant statement, "That may be so. But the calculation can still be right, because a year before he was given the post, West was up there briefly on a visit," then, with the announcement of this new piece of information, she loses all control. It isn't true. She paces the room, wringing her hands. It is impossible. You just want me to believe that. It just simply cannot be true. Cannot be true. Simply cannot. She is in such a terrible emotional state that Kroll is unable to bring her back to what he has told her. Kroll, but my dear, for heaven's sake, why are you in such a passion? I am really quite frightened. What am I to believe and think? Rebecca, nothing. You are to believe nothing and think nothing. Kroll, then you really ought to explain why you are taking this matter, this possibility, so much to heart. Rebecca, recovering her composure, it is quite simple, Mr. Kroll. I have no wish to be thought of as illegitimate. Rebecca's baffling behavior will admit of only one solution. The information that Drive West could be her father is the heaviest blow she could receive, for she was not only this man's adopted daughter, but also his mistress. When Kroll begins to speak, she thinks he is alluding to this relationship, which she would probably have admitted to, invoking her right to freedom of action. That was far from Kroll's thoughts, however. He knew nothing of the liaison with Drive West, just as she knew nothing of his paternity. She cannot be thinking of anything other than this liaison when she finally turns Rosmer down on the pretext that she has a past, which makes her unworthy to be his wife. Probably, had Rosmer wanted to know, she would only have told him half of her secret and kept the harder part of it to herself. But now, at least, we understand that this past seems to her the more serious obstacle to their marriage, the more serious crime. Having discovered that she has been her own father's mistress, she submits to the overpowering sense of guilt that now erupts. She makes the confession to Rosmer and Kroll that brands her as a murderess, renounces for good the happiness which she had fought to gain through crime, and makes ready to leave. But the true motivation for her sense of guilt, which causes her to founder on her own success, remains a mystery. We have seen that it is something quite other than the atmosphere of Rosmersholm and Rosmer's civilizing influence. Anyone who has followed the argument thus far will not miss the opportunity to raise an objection that could then justify many a doubt. It is that Rebecca's first rejection of Rosmer takes place before Kroll's second visit, and thus before his revelation of her illegitimate birth, at a time, then, when she does not know that she is guilty of incest, if we have understood the poet aright. And yet her rejection is energetic and serious in intent. The sense of guilt that causes her to renounce what she has gained through her deeds thus takes effect even before she knows anything of her capital crime, and if we can admit this much, then perhaps we should eliminate incest altogether as a possible source of her sense of guilt. Up until now we have treated Rebecca West as if she were a living person and not a creation of the poet Ibsen's imagination, directed as it is by critical understanding of the highest sort. Let us attempt to hold firm to that same point of view in dealing with this objection. It is a fair objection. An element of conscience had already been awakened in Rebecca before she knew anything of the matter of incest. There is nothing to prevent us from attributing responsibility for this transformation to the influence that Rebecca herself acknowledges and accuses. This does not redeem us, however, from the necessity of acknowledging the second motive. Rebecca's response to what Kroll tells her, and her confession immediately afterwards in reaction to it, leave us in no doubt that only now is the more powerful, the decisive motive for her renunciation taking effect. We are dealing here precisely with a case of multiple motivation, in which a deeper motive emerges from behind the more superficial one. The laws of poetic economy decreed that the case should be presented in this way, for the deeper motive ought not to be noisily dissected but should remain hidden, not subject to easy detection by audience or reader, for otherwise it would have given rise to profound resistance, caused by feelings of painful embarrassment which might undermine the effect of the play. We are justified in our demand, however, that the motive put forward as an excuse should in some sense be internally consistent with the one it conceals, should evidently be derived from it in a modified form. And if we can have confidence in the poet's abilities, believing that this conscious poetic combination proceeds logically from unconscious premises, we can also attempt to show that he has fulfilled that demand. Rebecca's consciousness of her guilt springs from the reproach of incest even before Kroll makes her consciously aware of it with his analytical sharpness. If we reconstruct the past hinted at by the poet, expanding those hints into narrative, we should say that she cannot have been oblivious to the intimate relationship between her mother and Drive West. It must have made a powerful impression on her when she succeeded her mother in this man's affections, and she was dominated by the Oedipus complex even if she did not know that this commonly held fantasy had become a reality in her case. When she arrived in Rosmersholm, the inner force of that first experience drove her actively to bring about the same situation which on the first occasion had come about without any active contribution from her, namely to do away with the wife and mother in order to take her place with the husband and father. With convincing vividness she describes how she was forced against her will to take one step after another to eliminate Beat. But do you really think I went about my business with cool detachment? I was not then what I am today as I stand here before you and tell my story. And then I think that human beings must have two kinds of will. I wanted Beat out of the way. Somehow. And yet I never thought it would come to that. With every step forward that I was tempted to take it was as if something inside me cried, no more. Not a single step further. And yet I could not stop. I had to go just the tiniest bit further. And a tiny bit further still. And then a bit, always a little bit further. And that's how it happened. That's how such things come about. She is not glossing over anything here, but giving a true account. Everything that happened to her on Rosmersholm, her passion for Rosmer and her hostility towards his wife, was already a consequence of the Oedipus complex, a compulsive recreation of her relationship with her mother and Drive West. And for that reason the sense of guilt that first makes her reject Rosmer's proposal is fundamentally no different from the much greater sense of guilt that forces her to confess once Kroll has made his disclosure. However, just as under Drive West's influence she had become a free thinker, despising religious morality, so her new love for Rosmer transforms her into a woman of conscience and nobility. This much of the processes taking place inside her she is able to understand, and for this reason she is justified in describing Rosmer's influence as the motivation for the change that she has undergone, the only one accessible to conscious thought. Any physician working in the field of psychoanalysis knows how frequently, how regularly the girl who enters a household as servant, companion, governess, consciously or unconsciously weaves a daydream, the content of which, drawn from the Oedipus complex, tells her that the woman of the house will somehow cease to exist and the master will take her to wife instead. Rosmersholm is the greatest work of art in the genre that deals with this everyday fantasy of girlhood. The added detail that the heroine's daydream has been preceded by the corresponding reality in her earlier life is what makes the tale tragic. 7. After a lengthy sojourn with the poets we can now return to the experiences of medicine. Only to establish in a few words, however, that the two are in complete agreement. Psychoanalytic work teaches us that the forces of conscience that cause an individual to fall ill on the brink of success and not through refusal, as is normally the case, are intimately bound up with the Oedipus complex, with our relationship to mother and father. Indeed, this may be true of our consciousness of guilt altogether. 3. Criminals who act out of a Consciousness of guilt. In telling me about their youth, particularly the years preceding puberty, highly respectable people have told me later in life how they once committed illegal actions, theft, fraud, and even arson. I tended to pass over such confessions, informing my patients that the weakness of moral inhibitions at this stage of life is well known, and made no attempt to integrate them into any more meaningful context. Eventually, however, I was provoked into a more thorough study of such cases by certain lurid instances, ones that lent themselves more readily to analysis, in which such misdemeanors were committed by patients who at the time were in treatment with me and where the individuals concerned were well past the first flush of youth. My analytic work then led to the surprising conclusion that such deeds were committed above all because they were forbidden and because carrying them out brought with it some kind of inner relief for the perpetrator. Suffering as he did from an oppressive consciousness of guilt, the origin of which was unknown, the pressure on him, once he had committed a crime, was reduced. At least it was now possible to locate his consciousness of guilt somewhere. However paradoxical it might sound, I must assert that the consciousness of guilt was there before the misdemeanor, and that the former did not proceed from the latter, but rather the misdemeanor proceeded from the consciousness of guilt. We should be entirely justified in describing such individuals as committing crimes out of a consciousness of guilt. We had of course been able to demonstrate the pre-existence of the sense of guilt from a whole series of other remarks and effects. To establish the existence of a curiosity is not the end of the matter as far as research is concerned. Two further questions remain to be answered: first, where this obscure sense of guilt before the deed comes from, and, second, whether it is likely that causation of this kind has any larger part to play in human crime. The pursuit of an answer to the first question promised to provide us with information as to the source of human feelings of guilt in general. The results of analytic work regularly lead us to the conclusion that this obscure sense of guilt is derived from the Oedipus complex and is a reaction to those two great criminal intentions, killing the father and engaging in sexual intercourse with the mother. By comparison, the crimes committed in order to pin down the individual's sense of guilt certainly afforded some relief for those thus tormented. It is important to remind ourselves that patricide and mother incest are the two great human crimes, the only ones that primitive societies persecute and abhor, also how close other investigations have led us to the assumption that humanity has acquired its conscience, which now gives the impression of being an inherited spiritual force, by way of the Oedipus complex. Our answer to the second question goes well beyond psychoanalytic work. In the case of children, one can readily observe that they are bad in order to provoke a punishment of some kind, and that after they have been punished they calm down and are quite happy. Later analytic investigation frequently brings us back onto the trail of the sense of guilt that made these children look for punishment. Among adult offenders we must of course disregard all those who commit crimes without any sense of guilt, those who have not developed moral inhibitions of any kind, as well as those who believe that their actions are justified by their struggle against society. But for the majority of other criminals, those for whom the criminal statutes were actually made, the establishment of such a motivation for crime might well be worthy of consideration. It could cast light on many an obscurity in the psychology of the criminal and provide a new psychological basis for punishment. A friend has drawn my attention to the fact that the criminal who acts out of a sense of guilt was already familiar to Nietzsche. We catch a faint glimmer of the pre-existence of the sense of guilt and the use of action to rationalize it in Zarathustra's speeches entitled Of the Pale Criminal. We must leave it to future investigations to decide how many criminals are to be numbered among these pale criminals of Nietzsche's. 1916.